Yas. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday afternoon. Nightblade, thank you so much for kicking off the stream by redeeming the password. This is the music from the in-game menu, and the in-game menu looks really pretty. So, let me show you. Doesn't that look pretty? I love it. So, this is like a spiritual successor, kind of, not a sequel. Okay, spiritual successor, that's not quite right either. This is a game, like, it's episodic, I guess, is more accurate. Like, they had Detective Grimoire, Secret of the Swamp. I played that many years ago, and then I think this is, like, the same characters in a new setting, I think. How am I doing? Thank you for asking. I'm doing well. My throat doesn't feel like sore or anything anymore like it did earlier this week, so I'm hoping that I will feel 100% come Monday, maybe even tomorrow. But I am feeling pretty good. I got my coffee, and I'm excited to take on a new mystery. So, in the first Detective Grimoire game that I played, it had an interesting mechanic because you're interviewing people, you're finding evidence and clues, and then there's the system is that you align things to make a connection, I guess you could say. And this is how it was in Detective Grimoire. I don't know if it's going to be like this in Tangle Tower or if they're doing something different. It's about to go to an ad, so I'm going to enjoy my coffee for a moment and wake up a little bit more. I'm also going to explore this menu a little bit. Gallery page for every character, location, and clue. These are unlocked as you encounter them, so check back later. Oh, this is just straight up locked. Oh, that's fun. I like that. I don't know if an ad has actually started. It just says starting soon. I don't want to start the game until the ad's over. Checking for any secrets. Okay, now it started. And interestingly, the audio balance is good. I booted up the game in advance just in case, because you know a lot of games like to just be super loud. And so I booted it up so that I could turn it down if I needed to. But I didn't need to turn it down. And that's actually kind of miraculous. I think it's miraculous. Oh, Argo, I'm so sorry. That stinks. It stinks. So I don't know if this game is gonna have a similar system as Detective Grimoire, or what, but... Oh, use it! You could totally use it if you wanted to. But I'm saying all this and you can't hear me right now. Okay, it looks like he just used it.
Hey Callie, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Callie! Hey Callie!
Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub, Argum. You the real G. Yeah, so let's get started. I think the gang's all here. The ad break is over for the next however amount of time, I guess. let's see how it goes. Keisha's all, isn't it though? Isn't it? That was set aside for us before they went over to my aunt's house. So they were very nice. Oh, this is pretty. I mean, look at this. Look at this juxtaposition. This is all dark. She's holding a knife and there's like little droplets of blood coming off of it. I love how this was drawn, by the way, this title screen. There's a lot of character going on here. I like how there's cuts in it, like, you know, because she's holding a knife. They left 5 minutes ago, got it. Ooh, that piano. Tangle Tower, mid-afternoon. Yeah, I'll tell you about it. Lake's Edge. Really wants me to click on her, I think.
You ready, Sally?
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Excuse me.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Oh, we had a murder victim. It's a moida. Who done it? Freya Fellow died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Location, Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be blood. Okay. Interesting. Very mysterious. Huh? Oh, this is cool. Red rum. A small painting on a scrap of paper. Interesante. Hey, what's up, Nasirman? It's a moida most foul. Surrounded by a circular lake, water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. Interesting. Okay. 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 See, this is kind of what I was talking about. You have these data points, and we'll be able to link these with other things. Okay, how was Freya killed? So that's like the first question.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
A tune?
Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
Okay, that was weird.
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. For now. Probably.
Loving the confidence.
Loving the confidence.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
There's all these voice acting lines tucked away on random places. This is so interesting.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
She's fun.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier.
Interesting.
Why is the sky yellow?
Not everything is a mystery, Grimoire. The sky can be whatever color it likes.
Okay, so this is the continuation. I am Detective Grimoire. from that other game. I believe Secrets of the Swamp. Yeah, I was about to say that, Arkham. Voice acting is solid. I don't know if you heard much of the voice acting from last night when I was playing Star Control 2, but there were some points where the captain guy or whoever on the space station of the humans, the human guy, his voice acting was like sussy at points. Like he wasn't able to retake certain things. Like it was like he had one take to go with, and then it was like kind of squished together in certain parts, so the pacing of his speech was weird. I don't know. I'd be really interested to like find that part where like replay that part for you where he was, you know, introducing himself and everything, and kind of see your take on it.
It's a little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Have I heard the voice acting in Two Worlds? I think I have. It's just been a while. I'm just like reflexively laughing at the thought of it. That's why I think I have heard it before. It's bringing up memories of hilarity.
What are they?
Wind chimes.
Oh.
Silent wooden wind chimes.
Okay. I think that's everything, right?
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
Okay.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
Oh, so is this what I use to move around? Okay, I thought I was gonna click somewhere to advance. Forsooth, you scum! You vile knave! Most deadpan voice ever. That was probably too much emotion then.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp. Hang on a second. This
Ooh.
isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
Yeah. This is cool though.
Looks like he's playing a semi-grand pedal harp.
You some kind of harp expert, Sally?
Did you not know? I had a harp when I was a kid. A little handheld one. Only 8 strings.
Liar.
It's the truth, I swear.
Liar.
Let's
It's so
come
punny.
back later. It must... I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
No.
It's quiet.
Is that an aqueduct?
Mm-hmm.
Don't say it.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
Okay.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
One-man bandstand. Okay.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Hawk bear lizard?
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard. This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume. This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little strange?
That must be Tangle Tower. It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Hawk Tua. It's a Hawk Tua. I love it.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape.
Oh.
Or it used to be.
Ooh. Been damaged by the water, the ink on the label is blurred and illegible. Thank you for that, Lurk Lost. Hope you're having a great Saturday.
The pond has little stone feet.
Seems a bit superfluous.
You're superfluous.
This is so charming! All these little details that they've put in here, the voice actors have comments about it, and I love this.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange?
Okay. The O is missing.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah, Tangle Tower.
Twir.
Tangle Twir.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah, Tangle Tower.
Twir.
I guess we're not gonna fix it.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Do you think he'll start to move if
No.
Okay.
I think he'll just...
Ooh.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't
Let's
that
read
an
it.
invasion of someone's privacy?
It's already opened?
No, definitely.
Oh, definitely. Envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Huh? Okay, the plot
Little bird
thickens.
feeders.
How do you know they're for birds?
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
Flora Fellow. And someone by the initials of
Why build a house here anyway?
Double P.
I'm sure they had their reasons.
Well, the letter didn't agree with any of their reasons, so...
Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
That's interesting.
It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red.
I don't think it's painted, it's just red.
It's red, but it's just red.
A path leading towards the stone square.
That leads back to the gardens.
Okay,
That leads back to the gardens.
okay.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Yeah, that's shaky, but okay. So we can go in the house, or we can go to the right. I want to finish investigating the
Let's head
grounds.
to the crime scene
Gotta
first.
case the joint.
It's at the top of the West Tower, I think.
Ugh, fine.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those...
Is soil a clue?
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
What
Family
is
tree?
that?
I think it's a family tree.
Oh, look at that. Let's look at that. Floored Fellow. Flady Fellow. Oh, I guess Lord Fellow and Lady Fellow, but Floored Fellow is a lot funnier. And Flady. Floored and Flady. Because we have Flint Fellow, Felix Fellow, Emily Everstone, Flora Remington, Fiona Fellow, Selena Stone, Stonetop, I should say, Felicia Fellow, Damien Dusk, Freya Fellow. So here's our victim right here. And then you have Lord and Lady Remington that had Flora Remington and Primrose Remington and Richard Remington. I like Lord and Lady and Plord and Plady. Pointer. We have Percival Pointer, Pandora Pointer, Poppy Pointer, Penelope Pointer, Buck Brackley? Very interesting here. I'm also noticing some of these symbols. Oh, did they combine? Yeah, look at that. So the fellows have this like ribbon, this folded ribbon situation. And then the Stonetop and the Everstone, or people who are outside of the royal family or whatever, that marry in, it's like it puts that so you can see who's a mixed blood or not. And then this is interesting. This is like the only child. Wait a minute. No. There's two children, Poppy and Fiona, that are from the lords and the ladies that didn't marry an outside family, or like aren't the children of an outside family. I'm wondering if that's going to be a dynamic at some point, because we've got Penelope Pointer and Freya Fellow, who are mixed with the commoner blood or whatever. Where's Flora? Wasn't it supposed to be Flora Fellow? We have Flora Remington, but I don't see a Flora Fellow. So any one of those PPs could be involved with Freya. I guess either Poppy or Penelope. But it's possible that there's something going on with one of these two. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Pandora Pointer.
All this alliteration isn't happening by accident, is it?
Do you think she still lives here?
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Yeah, barely. Yeah.
Damien Dusk.
Whoa. Is it too late to change my name to Detective Dusk?
It's Freya's father. Do you think he still lives here?
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here?
Why do you think she still lives here? Do you think they still live here?
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
How did I not catch that? Dude. That's right.
Scandal.
Or it's a mistress. Not necessarily just married twice. Also loving how this line here is a continuation and this from the Y is a continuation. That is so cool.
Fitzfellow. Half Fellow, half Everstone.
Do you think he still lives here? Fiona Fellow. Dead center. She must be important.
She's half Fellow and half Remington.
Do you think she still lives here?
Stop asking, do you think they still live here? Oh.
Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here? Penelope Pointer.
Half Pointer, half Brackley.
Do you think she still lives here? Flora Remington.
I think she's mentioned in our case file.
Yeah, let me check the case file again, because I could have sworn. A Flora Fellow. I thought so. So, what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What is
I think it's a family trait.
Oh, duh, because she married Felix, so she took the last name of Fellow. Flora Fellow.
Felix Fellow. Looks like he married his way into the Remington family.
Do you think he still lives here?
Oh, Primrose is another possibility, because it would be PP because of Primrose Pointer. So there's that possibility. It's interesting. So I guess the Fellows, the royal bloodline, they keep the last name. I say royal, I just mean like, whatever. Because look, it's not Freya Dusk, it's Freya Fellow. That's interesting. Or that might have just been done for the family tree.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this. Finally, we get to... Don't ruin this.
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
A room.
It's a big glass tube filled with water.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it anymore.
Very weird.
Finally,
It's
we
not
don't ruin this.
Alright, they want me to go... Oh wow, this is a lot. There's a lot of places to go. Oh my god. This place is huge! Hey yo?
Let's take a look at that painting first. There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
She died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood. Because it stabbed Freya, but Freya stole it, but it was removed. Because Freya put it there, was going to eat it, because it stabbed her.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Okay.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed.
So
Even
dumb.
if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
So dumb. Ow! An unfinished painting.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
It got moved, I think. The single stab wound, posing for a portrait. Okay.
Freya's painting supplies.
Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white. The glass pots are all cracked on one side. Weird.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Variety of paints loaded. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. You call that black? Does that not look green? I'm just saying.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so, except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Why is there so many cracked things?
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
It's also cracked.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
Completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Hey, what's up, Deli? Is the blood splat just red paint? Looked like the red one was more empty and there was no blood patch on the case file. Are you talking about the palette? Blue to purple on the backs looked like the same line as yellow to yellow on the front.
It's
Oops.
some kind of clue about where to put the gem.
Hold on. Blue to purple on the back. Blue to purple. Here? Yeah, I was working on this one first. This right here. Oops. Because, yeah, I think you have to, like, match the shape of it. And then this one needs a red gemstone here. And then the other one's green. And then short side is a purple gem. Long side is a blue gem. It's like rotated and positioned differently, so it's not immediately obvious. Red and blue. And then that one needs to be green and yellow. Okay, perfect. And then what? I guess I haven't done this one yet. No, yes I did, right? Oh, it's purple to purple. Wait. But that one, wait. Oh, that was correct. This one like this. Meant on the floor. Oh! I think that's also blood. I'll go back and check it. Am I wrong about this? Because here's this. And this little thing is next to the purple. And it goes to yellow. And then blue to red with this, like, little panhandle shape there. Yeah, okay.
It's some kind of clue about where to put the...
What did I bork?
No, that was it.
Oh.
Nice work.
Oh, that was the try this button. Okay.
Did it unlock? What's in there?
Am I skipping frames? I don't know. The game feels smooth to me, so if I'm skipping frames, it's probably my connection.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
It's currently empty. Lining of the egg is soft, velvet-like material. Supported by a stand made of brass, it rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Spooky. Okay, but then the other thing we wanted to look at... Brush and palette. Yeah, this red one's very empty. We know that the red on the painting is blood. And then this, it could be paint.
Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was
What
this something
strange.
you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya? She's acting pretty suspicious, if you ask me.
I don't know.
Heck?
Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Okay. Great first impression. Love it.
Half
Love the
room's a
energy.
big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like
I see what you mean, Deli.
the sudden absence of wall.
Yeah. There's none here. Additionally, her feet are right up against the struts of the easel, and it doesn't appear like it looks like it got moved closer to her. So yeah, there's some differences here.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
What? It's an eyeball up there. What are you talking about? Doesn't matter. Do we have an inventory? Can I?
It's piano music.
It ends abruptly. This is the soundtrack of my alien abduction.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Okay, well that's unbelievably creepy.
The outline of Freya Fellow. There's a single patch of blood. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
I can't, like, they won't say anything about it. Because the other thing, is this paintbrush, like, on the outline? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, not sure what's going on there, but I guess we need to move elsewhere.
It's so dark back there.
Somehow, the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read. The entire room
Pufferfish
is
lamp?
made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship. Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map, too.
Okay. So we have F2, F7, or F3. Oh, I see. So it's something that's... We have to determine where we are based off of these landmarks. So very close to us, we've got this dragon creature. A little bit further away, we've got this rock. And then off in the distance, we have this tree with some birds overhead. And they look pretty far off in the distance, too. So you would think here, but there's no birds. Where are the birds, though? There's also no waves, so there's a very calm sea. Yeah, no, I don't think it's here because there's no birds. Because you also have to think you can do a rotation trick. So, because you don't necessarily know which direction we're looking at. We're not necessarily looking north. We could be looking west. We could be looking west. We could be H6. The tree of the birds. I don't know. I think it's at H6. The rock and the dragon look equal distance, so H6 doesn't make sense. They're not exactly equal distance. This rock is just a little bit further away than this dragon. This dragon is like, I could practically reach out and touch it from where I stand. So that's the main thing giving me pause, is because this looks a little bit further back. But this... I'm gonna try H6, we'll see. And we're looking to the west.
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad.
I'm mad that birds are a landmark because they stay perfectly still. I know. I know.
What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Oh, he's got paints on there too. Look at that. A model resembling a child with green hair, a woman with gray hair, red and white bird, a broad-shouldered man. A child with green hair? Do they know what the colors are? Murderer! That's not green. It's the same thing as when they called... Here. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. That's green, y'all. That's green. Yeah, I know. Like, is the game gaslighting us, or is this going to be significant where we just notice that things are a little off?
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
Shelf junk. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull. An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed.
What is
He's
it?
an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh.
It'd be funny if the game was made by somebody that has undiagnosed color blindness. Wouldn't that be interesting? And like, that's how they find out. They see a bunch of reviews that are like, the game has colors that are not as described. Plot twist, the player is colorblind? Oh no.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light. A little hand-painted.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
No offense, but you can just tell. Wooden carving of a man holding a sword. Model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. This game is not skillfully spelled. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints were found nearby. Okay, hold on. Yellow, blue, black, white. That looks kind of pink. Does that not look like a pale pink lavender color? I don't know. That's the first time I've seen a bot typing in chat on their cake day. Did you see that? It had a little slice of cake. It's like... Y'all.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just. It's the
I'm
actual
thinking
hull.
that people's actual accounts are hijacked. Happy Cake Day bot! Like, I've seen some names come in that are, like, botted saying, like, oh, best viewers or whatever, right? But then some of them I'm like, I wonder if this is an actual person, like an actual user, and someone guessed their password and is now spamming people's chats and stuff. Like, isn't that kind of sad? I feel bad for anyone who is a genuine account holder that is compromised. That's what happens when you click the links. Oh. That's good to know.
A map with a dotted line and an X marked on it.
So then what's
That's
the
a very
end
boring
game
way to describe
with that,
a treasure
though?
map.
Because, like, okay, you create this virus that, like, begets more and more accounts compromised for you, but so what? What do you do with that?
You get a good view of the lake from here.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. Pencil drawing,
Mood.
mountain and moonlight. Mood.
A lot of redundant light sources in here.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
He's sussy. He's nice, but a little sussy. Yeah, that's a good point, Deli. NordVPN segue. For real.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Strange person.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right.
Abridged version.
Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
Huh. Interesting. Don't know if movement matters, but Felix is averting their gaze a lot. Yeah, like I said, there's a little bit of sussiness. So his motivation could be to protect somebody. Flora is certainly implicated as a prime suspect because she was there at the time that it happened. She won't talk to us. Doesn't look great for her, right? So he could have certain beliefs, whether they're true or not. Like, oh, I saw this thing, and so I changed it a little bit because I thought otherwise people would think that Flora did it or whatever, and so I'm protecting my daughter. So...
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
I can do that? I can ask
Let's
people
move on.
about things? I'm sorry. This changes everything.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you
See,
related
he's
to
hiding
Freya?
information.
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Oh my god. But yeah, I'm not saying that Flora is like the culprit, because that would be too, that'd be too obvious. Like, oh, Flora was the only one in the room, place closed, Flora did it. Like, no, I don't think that at all. But in these games, or in certain investigations or whodunits, it's very common for one person to change something about the scene of the crime or withhold information because from their perspective they believe, like, oh my god, I think Flora did it and I've got to protect her, even though she wasn't really involved, and all they're doing is obfuscating the investigation. Well, yeah, no, Deli, that's exactly what I see too. Like, he'll start to say, you know, talk about something, and then he's like, oh, I better shut my yap, and he looks away and he's like, recently, and you know, he's about to get specific, and then he backs way out and makes it broad, you know, ever since recently. So that's kind of sussy. Tell me about
Dearest
Flora.
Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's
Okay,
the
they're
youngest
married,
of
never
3.
mind.
Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
What kind of answer was that? What is this guy? Okay, so Flora and Felix are married. Yeah, he's not exactly, he's not a reliable source. Like, stuff is sketch.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
See, that sounded legit. That didn't seem like he was hiding it. It seemed like he genuinely couldn't remember. He wasn't being shifty. He was just like, I don't remember.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it?
And what was it called before? This is bizarre. Bizarre.
What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Okay. It's called Felix's Murder Shack?
I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
My brother. Oh my god. He's dosing hard on that copium. I don't know what he believes, but I think this guy is honestly terrified right now and he's trying to hide it. Oh no, old chap. That is no knife. It's merely a sharp pointy stick used to cut things off in meat. Yes, jolly good.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
Not no knife, it's a spoon. Oh. It's a quill pen. She's just holding it a bit strangely.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Wait, didn't she say this would belong to Poppy too? Didn't he say both of these belong to Poppy? They're so different. One is all pink and glamored up and the other one is like not.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
I see his point. Oh yes, you simpletons might see a knife, but you don't understand art, you silly sausage. It's clearly a bayonet. Yes, yes.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
A chicken? One of her favorite people is a chicken?
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
I think it would be more accurate if he was holding a lamp. Roast KFC. Yeah, it's not the chicken, it's the tasty chicken. Okay. What, did I want to look at? I wanted to... A red and white bird. Red and white bird. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. Let's get out of here because I want to go back up to the tower. Now that I know I can present evidence to see how people react to it, we need to talk to her again. Because she might have some reactions.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window?
Her face is such a mood. It's such a mood.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
What if it is a feather? Wait a minute, a red and white bird. What if it is a feather? Wait a minute, I said that as a joke, but with the red and white bird angle. Might be a feather. Might be a feather. I want her expressions as an emote wheel for real life. When people say dumb stuff or stuff that I just don't even want to acknowledge, just like a roller wheel of faces, and it's just like pops up with one of those. Just, oh, that'd be perfect, wouldn't it? Like, look at that. Like, just.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked? Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
Oh my gosh, that look. Why is she tripping me out so bad?
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Okay, we'll come back later. We tried. We tried.
There it is.
So-
Looks that way.
The issue with it being a feather is that it doesn't seem like it's being held right. Like, here is a handle. Like, the quill part would come out from, like, straight down. There's no spine. But... wait a minute. This is kind of weird. Look at this. So we have a sketch where she was partially painting the, like, filling out the color. But look at that. There's another one here. There's two in this picture. But I think there's only one. Yeah, look at that. It's not there. It should be. No, there's a missing one. We need to get, like, to the garden or something.
Half the room is a big...
I don't know if you can... The sudden absence.
Yeah, they're not gonna mention that. I wish there was a way I could... like, I can zoom in on it, but they're not gonna say anything about it. Like, I can't be like, hey, that's weird, look at that. Okay, fine.
Locked.
Okay, fine.
That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. Like, yeah, like it's indicating something.
That painting is really...
Why would
Maybe
you
Freya...
react-
Hang on.
Never mind,
There's a
never
small-
mind, never mind.
Photograph.
Alright.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
Locations of 3 key pieces to Felix's murder dungeon. Ooh.
They're not real paintbrushes.
Okay.
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Hmm. I can't raise or lower them. This is a ruler. I'm thinking orange stem, and then very short. And then the second one has to be a green color. The third one has to have this shape of brush and this color of stem. The fourth one has to have blue paint. The fifth one has to have this shape of brush. And the final one must be very tall. That's what I'm getting from this. Pink, green, blue, blue, pink. Well, there's 6 though. Because we could swap these. And it would still... Well, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, no, because this shape of brush, like this is one of the short ones, but it has to have an orange stick. So I'm thinking this here. And if this one's here, this is the only other one with this brush shape. I'm gonna send it.
That's done it.
Yay!
Neat.
Very neat.
What was in the box?
What's in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
2 young girls, red hair, green hair, a large piece missing that's been ripped off, and look, someone's standing there. 2 watches? That's interesting.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Yeah, this is a very strange room. It's been on the booze all night.
It's Freya's bed. Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't illustrate. That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
Hmm.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
I love that word. What
Come
does
again?
that mean?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Oh. Vivarium.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Hmm.
Painting supplies.
Okay.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like 2 people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Beep beep. Puckshaw. Drawing of a young woman, drawing of a person wearing a cloak. This looks like Poppy, right?
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
There's no natural light in here at all.
I like it.
I like how they move on the map. The library. I guess we'll talk to you first.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me
Any
know.
and all
Speaking of
crimes.
which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis? About the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Okay.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro...
Biologist.
something or other?
Microbiologist.
But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a
Okay.
scientist in the first place?
Main character
I harbor
energy
an
much?
intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Well, she's talking about, oh, I forget the term, but they're like photosensitive lenses. They're transitional lenses. Like, they exist. They copied her, right?
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
I had to pause it for a moment because I just realized this right here, like her hair, this is not a bang. This is not like, oh, her hair splits here. No, 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 no. That's her nose. Like, these characters are exceptionally designed. I'm loving the animation and everything. It's just, it took my brain a second to understand that this is her nose. Like, it's just this really pointy, sticking up nose. I wonder if that's supposed to be a reflection of her character, how she's a little bit stuck up and precocious. You know what I mean? Just like kind of like she's not malicious. She's just very like hyper focused and, you know, just whatever, intellectual. But anyway, I just thought that was funny. I thought I'd point that out.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh.
Yeah, Poppy is sus, I
Good.
agree, based off of what we're hearing. We need to talk to Poppy. Because those cassette tapes that apparently look like something that belongs to Poppy and Freya might have had some kind of romantic fling based off of the heart, the carving in the tree, FF and PP. Although that really could be, all the names are alliterated, so that could be so many different people. It may not be Freya Fellow, now that I'm thinking of it. It could be from much further back, but we didn't get that as a clue to ask any questions, so I have no idea. Yeah, it could be Fifi and Poppy. Could be like it could be 6 different males or females or whatever. You know what I mean? Like anything in between. Like there's so many different possible combinations from the family tree that I'm thinking it's actually irrelevant because it wasn't added as a clue. And I'm just now deciding to let go of the heart carving in the tree, realizing how incredibly unspecific it is, and we have no idea when that was put there. Sweet home Alabama. I'm looking at this all the wrong way. It's not specific people. It's all of them. They all collectively got together and took turns whittling that into the tree. I've been looking at this the wrong way around this whole time. All the FFs love the PPs. Oh, pardon me. I probably sound a lot worse than I feel. Like, it was much worse a few days ago, but, it's just getting over the hump of it, so I hope I don't sound too gross. All the FFs loves the PPs. That's what I'm saying, man. Okay.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond.
Okay, this has gotten much more intriguing. That's also very interesting that Fifi specifies that she's not good at nonverbal communication. I wasn't expecting to hear that. But at the same time, like, it makes me interesting what the character sketches are for all of the different people in the game. Right, we're talking to Fifi.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
If someone is a bad parent just because they struggle to express their emotions, everybody's a bad parent. I'm gonna say that right now. I forgot to switch to the game screen as well. But, like, for real, everyone is gonna struggle at one point or another to express their emotions or how they feel. They may not express them in the best way. There are some that are way worse, right? But that's what makes you human, is you grow and you learn how to gradually express your things. Certain topics are just difficult, or certain emotions are just difficult. Like, that's how it be. So I'm wondering if if in her mind it's just this zero sum. You're either good, and even a single flaw means you're bad. As long as you don't get punchy, it's a-okay. I mean, there is, like, the emotional manipulation aspect of things, and that's not what I'm talking about, but, like, talking with Felix, I wouldn't say, like, he's a bad father, just off of what we know so far. That feels harsh. Like, I don't know. So then, if the same things are true about her, does that make her a bad daughter? Would she say that then about herself? If she struggles to express her emotions and is aloof and detached from reality or whatever, or human existence? Is it about being a bad parent or a bad human? Like, I have so many other questions that I would love to ask her just out of curiosity to see, like, okay, what's your opinion on this? Okay, if that is true, then how about this circumstance? Does that still apply? You know what I mean? Like, I'd want to have that conversation.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Exactly one. Yeah, very... I feel like we're walking on the spectrum, you know what I mean? It's so a very interesting character to be sure, although a bit almost frustratingly obtuse. Because yeah, like you say, Deli, it's like you're either A or you're B, you're not 8.5, because that's what she called it. She said you asked me for a binary input, A or B, therefore. I was like, okay.
Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Okay, so she likes filing data in a meaningful way. She has literally pulled out a clipboard with a sheet of paper of information, objectively true information about each individual. I appreciate that she doesn't want to speculate. Because I don't like speculating either. Like, you know, so there are certain aspects that I find relatable and hilarious. And it's why I said it's almost irritating to talk with her. But at the same time, it's like, oh, okay, she just has a very specific perspective, and so I know what I'm getting. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Yeah, I like Fifi too. Like, I know the kind of conversations that I'm going to be able to have with her, and the other kinds of conversations that are going to be frustrating for the both of us. You know what I mean? She's cool.
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Yeah, she can definitely be filed on the reliable source side. Maybe. A strong probability. However, not guaranteed. Do you know what I mean? Like, there might be information or data that she felt was insignificant. So, she's a reliable source in as much as objective fact. But as far as, like, she's not able to read nonverbal communication, if someone is showing anger, disgust, frustration, like really strong emotions, if she's not good with nonverbal stuff, is she necessarily going to notice that about somebody? You know what I mean? As opposed to like, oh yeah, they're just sitting over in the corner. Meanwhile, they're sitting over in the corner like, and they're like, yeah, they're sitting over in the corner. They sat there for about 20 minutes. You know, it's like, that's it. As opposed to, oh, they looked like they were having a bad time, you know? I don't know what it was about, but they looked like they were having a bad time. You might want to ask them about that. You know what I mean? Like those are the little details we're not going to get from her. What it seems like anyway right now.
Can't wait.
We'll go later because we need to look around this room first.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure.
Plants?
Soil samples?
Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Oh, it's Tangle Tower. And all those cliffs. Wait a minute. Doesn't this look like a snow globe within a snow globe, but this snow globe got smashed open? Or it looks like an eggshell, doesn't it? And the top of the egg broke off. Rephrase, she will most likely not lie to you, but might have disregarded information that appeared unimportant. Right. Yeah. No, we're on the same wavelength. I agree.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Hey, look at It's a model. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing...
Hey, look It's a model. What are you thinking?
That would make
Okay.
an amazing...
We're not going to point out specific details about the elements within the snow globe. But we do get a different perspective from the outside.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
What's the difference? It's been a while since I was working with stuff like this. This looks like isotopes, like there's the proton. It's possible that this is, see, this is weird because this looks like, oh, what do they call that? Periodic table of elements. Was a capital C carbon? Or was carbon Ca? Chlorine, I think, is CH. And there's D, G, but at the same time, it's just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. This also looks like organic chemistry, like you have bonds here, but not quite. This is a very strange... We've got a question mark here, so I guess she's trying to solve for this. And these look like just samples, maybe? Sample 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But then the fact that it's also going by letter is weird. Carbon is C. Okay, yes. I remembered. I don't remember if there's one for A, because there's argon, but I think that's AR. There's bromine, but I think that's BR. AU is gold, it's not just A. So I don't, but basically I'm saying I don't think these letters have to do with the periodic table of elements. H is for hydrogen, right? Yeah, capital H, hydrogen. Also, there's a bunch of arrows that don't seem to serve much of a purpose. Like, this is to find the right angle of a triangle, or like this is just mapping out a shape. And marking this as a 90-degree angle. What do they call that? Not isosceles. Anyway, it looks like something that you would document or like draw out for Pythagorean's theorem. But then this arrow, what is that for? Like, what is that pointing to? And then this is a structure like I was talking about. This looks like they might have been trying to do an H2O, but I don't think that's actually the what that looks like. There is no element that's G. Yeah, so I don't think that's related to elements. We've got 191, 193, 195, 196, and then we jump to 200, 201, 206, 209. And then the way that these are chained together is also weird.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Meh.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
Yeah, I think most people would get a headache from looking at this for too long because I don't think much of this means anything. Like, it's just a jumble of stuff to make it look really complicated.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
Ooh, we're gonna find the bird with
It's been
the
left open.
red and white.
Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
Yeah, look at that. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it. The ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits, usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica. Hey, there's that pot! There's that pot! Painted bird. Yeah. Look at the way! Look! 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 You guys! It looks like the bird statue, but also the way that this is looks suspiciously like the knife, right? It's got this weird quill situation. Like, it's not, there's not feathers. What do they call that? Bipennate, where it's like coming on either side. It's not like that. It's like unilateral, like coming only from one side. And this is the potted plant that's missing from the shelf that I was talking about. This guy right there. But yeah, there's that feather. Let me see. Let me go back here. No, that's not it. But yeah, see, that's a feather. That's absolutely a feather. At least I'm pretty convinced. I'm like 90% on that. And then, see? That's the thing. This is the thing. And the other one is missing. So I'm guessing a real life bird, like, swooped in suddenly. Imagine if a bird flew into the window and, like, just stabbed Freya. How wild would that be?
Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about nature? A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Books about ancient history, I think.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks. Books about geography.
Skip. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Oh, theory.
Huh.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched.
Weird.
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Yeah, actually, this is really cool. Like a science lab right in the library. That is really cool. The only thing you'd have to be careful of is certain chemical compounds that would degrade the books through either air or a sudden, like, if there was a chemical reaction that caused stuff to go everywhere that could damage the books. That's the only thing. So I think the ultimate would be if you actually had like a separate attached but enclosable space where you could like shut the door. Because then also another possibility is that a fire could break out and then you wouldn't want that to happen. So anyway, it seems really neat, but
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice.
okay. All right, I feel like we've done everything we can here. And now we can go into Fifi's room if we want. Let's do that. Mattress on the floor. Okay.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse. I don't know what that drink is,
I'd read
but
you
that's even worse.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like
Is it-
something. It's just a bunch of notes about her.
It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Aw, he's like offended.
Scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means. It's a bed.
Barely.
Chandeliers.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra fancy.
This used to be a ballroom then.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me.
But
Plus,
there's, like-
they're kind of dusty.
Yeah, there's webs and stuff on them. So this used to be a mansion and people have just been like moving in and repurposing rooms. That's the picture I'm starting to get of this house.
That's a whole lot of books. Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Is that us? No way.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. It does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I? Who is that?
No idea.
That's Poppy, I believe.
Who's that?
Not sure. Who is that?
No idea.
I guess unless I meet them, it's not gonna... Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Look at this. And this. What?
That's gotta be Flora. I think that's supposed to be Felix.
There's question marks surrounding these two. Or like next to these two, but then this does not. That's very sus. But this is basically what's written on that chalkboard. B, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay, too many for it to correspond with the letters. No, because this is Poppy, and this is Grimoire. This is Sally. Sally, you know, there wasn't an S up there, so. But yeah, I was wondering that as well. Also, why is my hair only half colored in? So, okay, we got some I think this is the biggest clue from this, is like it's showing us these are the pairs, right? These are the people who go together. Either romantically or just like, because like, look, this is man and wife right here, husband and wife. And then this is like, we're partners, with not romantically, but it's just, we're a pair, I guess. And then you've got this too, that might be a romantic connection. I want to know more about that. But then the fact that there's this going on, this love triangle possibly, I want to know about that.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Or Fifi. Fifi herself isn't on here.
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
So I guess that's all the people that are in this mansion. But there's a lot
Fifi's
more.
cousin.
What is all this?
See, I wish they would actually take a picture of it for you, but they don't. We're gonna do a little something here. We're doing a snip and sketch. So we're bringing this over here, and then we're gonna open up Notepad. Oh, wait, not Notepad, sorry, Paint. I meant to say Paint. And boom, we have this here. And then I'm gonna have this on the other screen, and I'm going to go to the other place.
Did you notice who?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. Nice.
It's a
room.
mess. But yeah.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And a simple trick, but it really transforms the space. It looks like a microscope, a big one.
Can I touch it? I'm not sure this is a microscope.
So we're making the shape of a key. This is what we're working with. We have a little bit bigger, twice as big, 3 times as big, and then we have a little bit smaller. And I believe we're trying to get a uniform key type of shape. Oops. Oh, there it is.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Hey, not bad. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Well-used book resembling a diary, locked with a strange metal device. Yeah, it looks like a dial. Hmm. Is it Fifi's though? Wait a minute. This is... Hold on. This is hers. Whoever this chick is. And this could be... Fifi. Oh, we didn't ask Fifi about any of the clues, did we? We need to go
What's
back
that
down
big
there.
book on the desk?
Looks like
Is it a
something.
clue?
I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her mic.
That's a whole lot of books.
Boxes of stuff.
It's a bed.
Barely.
Okay. I don't think there's anything else we need from this room. We need to go back and talk to Fifi. Talk to her about people, but this...
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't she identify the people in it? Come on.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Like Freya?
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell...
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are?
I am.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but why?
I do not know why.
You know, we shouldn't have said the knife anymore since we spawned the bird feather and saw the bird. Yeah, see, that's the thing is, that's my speculation at this point, but the game doesn't allow me to point out certain things, it seems. Oh, I still need to get her statement. I didn't do that yet. Like if I
Freya
click
is
on this,
normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Well, yeah, it's a microbiologist. I mean, not a forensic scientist, but I would not be surprised at her level of attention to detail when it comes to substances, you know? Anyway, yeah, so I can't, like, go into my note thing and be like, oh, look at this, look at this bird book, and then compare it to the painting here. Oh, what an interesting connection. Like, I can't do that. I wish I could.
Curious.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
How? Don't stop there. Tell me how that's reassuring.
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It
Okay,
is blood.
I was wondering about that
Same
too.
for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
So, whose blood? That's the next question. We have blood on the painting. We've got blood in this. Whose blood is it? Blood would be terrible to stay red in a painting. Yeah, absolutely. But you know, we're in fantasy la la land, so whatever.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
Is she laughing?
That sounded kind of like a nervous laugh. Did she have something to do with the cracking of it?
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Just like eggs.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Yeah.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Why did she stutter there? And who's Detective Hawkshaw? Okay, so pulling this back over, there's Poppy, and that's Fitz. Detective Hawkshaw isn't on here. So now the only identified persons are these three. The love triangle. Suspicious thing going on.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
So it could be that Freya got that book out as a reference for the painting she was about to make.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
She's funny.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside.
Okay.
He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
Fitz is there.
Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
I don't know what this is about. Oh, okay. Can't do anything with it. The 2 sets of footsteps. Yeah, hold on.
I was in my room. The lights were Someone began banging on the door. I opened the door. She told me Freya was dead. I thought she was playing a trick on me. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father
Thought she was
waiting
playing
outside.
a trick. That's
He
weird.
followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found
You
out...
performed that even though you were...
Of course.
Okay, so based off of the statement from the dad, whose name I'm Felix, basing on the statement from Felix, he heard one set of footsteps coming down that sounded like whatever, and then the second set sounded weird and he wasn't sure why, so that's when Poppy had discovered the body and then was running to go tell Fifi. That's when he peeked out and that's when he saw Poppy. Yeah, because according to how she's describing it, like, she was in her own world until someone was shouting and banging on the door. So she wasn't paying attention to footsteps. So I'm thinking it happened and she didn't hear it. Fifi testing the paint is the footsteps. Well, but the way he described it is that the first set of footsteps went by, but then the second set, something didn't sound right. And when he peeked, he saw that it was Poppy. So I would think that that's Poppy. Or the other thing is that he heard footsteps and that was Poppy going up the hall, not down the hall. I don't know. We'll find out more information.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Yeah, let's just go do that. Because I want to hear his statement again as well.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Wait, what? We just got here. What are you talking about, game? Calm down. Can we hear his statement again? That's right. He went to this person's room, who I can't remember the name of, and saw that nobody was in the garden, and then went up. I guess Flint. Yeah, Flint's room. Fellow brother. Some relation to Freya, I guess, but she's just kind of floating there.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
Wasn't ready for this. Not your paint
It's
pot?
not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's
Isn't it
not the end of the
cracked, though?
discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this.
Oh no. What's the connection between these two clues? Can I go back? Oh no. I don't know if I'm on the right track or not. Yeah, the label. So Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Actually... This red paint pot is full of blood. Somehow filled with blood. Before Freya used it to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
but she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end, after what happened. Seemed a bit, insensitive.
Okay, so the other thing that this proves, then, is that that crack happened after, the swap happened. So, that, whatever shattering moment was up in Flora's room. Definitely within the past couple of days.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
That's cute. That's really cute. See, I don't think that makes him a bad dad. Does he seem like a bad dad? You wanted to take a statement again? Yes, I'm gonna finish asking him about the rest of this stuff, and then we're gonna listen to the statement
Freya's
again.
Paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
Miserable, eh?
My daughter Fiona and her best friend, they grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea.
I don't believe you. And why aren't you giving the name of the best friend? Hello?
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Why was that? Why? Why is that odd? Are you not gonna elaborate on why that's odd?
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
Hilarious. Alright.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent? Perhaps. Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as
Wait, that's
was the
Fitz's
garden
room.
beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course.
I'm noticing there are some highlighted elements. The door is on the floor. There's books stacked here, maybe toppled over. We've got this, which is right up against her feet. The second pot is missing. The gramophone is here. The Fabergé egg is here. Poppy leaving to tell Fifi. That's what I'm thinking. But they didn't mention Penelope. So...
Soon enough, everyone else made
their excuses and
Not
left.
I.
Stayed for Flora. Okay, hold
It
on,
was
one more time.
a feeling.
Abridged version.
Right. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone heading down the stairs.
The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I
Orderly.
thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below.
Disappearing down the staircase. So I think that's when they went to do the analysis. Calm and orderly. So, like, Fifi will get the emotions going on the inside, but I don't know that she projects them to the outside. Like, emotes, right? Because she's still able to say, oh yeah, let's get a blood sample and test this because something looks weird or whatever, and she's just, like, on a mission. So... I think that's what he hears. What's interesting is that she's able to analyze and confirm that it's blood in the time it takes this guy to go into Fitz's room, look out at the garden, and then come back into the hallway where he's joined by Penelope and they go up into the room. Also, Fifi didn't seem to mention, not that I recalled, she didn't mention Penelope up there with everybody else when they went to rejoin everyone. So, that's weird. Okay, ask him about everyone and everything. And now we're gonna go talk to Flora, I think. Yeah, a suspicion. Suspicious. Right. That's where it's like... So next time we're talking to Poppy first, or not Poppy, to Fifi, then I want to follow up on that. I have my, my book here, my book for notes, my notebook. So... What do I want to note here? I guess... Did Fifi not mention Penelope after testing blood sample? Yeah, okay.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
Me too, Sally. Okay.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Alright, doesn't care.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
That's not a knife!
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Zabook! Zabook!
Let's take a closer look at this.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird. You have played Knifey Spoon before.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Yes. Yes, there is. From the painted model. I've been watching a lot of Poirot lately. So be prepared for a very poor Belgian accent.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Your favorite bird? The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
The feather was
All
in
right.
the egg.
So she was holding the feather while Freya was
As
painting her.
I'm making
But
that
where's
right,
it now?
that assumption
You'd
right
think
now.
she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is
Probably
where
in
Flora
the egg.
usually keeps her feather.
The egg! I am sure. I'm very sure. Because the egg, it is empty.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty.
Yeah.
Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Aww, look. She lovely little bird. Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message. These are for you, love Freya. Oh.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see
I
them?
don't think Flora is mute because the husband said, or no, the daughter, Fifi said, she'll speak when she has to. But she's mostly nonverbal. So once again, I feel like this is a walk along the spectrum somewhere because there's also, they've recently found that there's genetic links with spectrum stuff. So it's very, they're finding more and more, yeah. So I'm thinking there's that situation going on where mother is on the spectrum and daughter is also on the spectrum, but both present differently because it affects everybody differently. So very interesting. There's places we haven't been yet, so let's... Oh? There's a magnifying glass here? Oh, no. That's just representative of the thing that she has in her room. Let's go... I really want to follow up on what's over here, because we haven't done that. Who might this be? Oh.
Wow. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh,
You're
nice.
Hawkshaw.
Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
That cloak is a choice, I know, right? It doubles as a neck brace, so it's very functional equipment there.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception.
Let us
Ask.
indeed.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am
5.5
not at liberty
days.
to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
I honestly don't care. Okay, so here's what's going on. This is Hawkshaw right here. There's the cloak. Initially, I thought this was like a dress. And like this is out of the legs or something, but no, this is the cloak where the separation of the cloak is happening, and this is the neck situation. So for some reason, Fifi has drawn a line between Detective Hawkshaw and I believe this is Fitz, perhaps? And then there's this Fitz and Penelope situation. So is Fitz married to Penelope? The other thing I need to follow back up on is the family tree, and I want to do a screen cap of it like I have for this right here. A little curtsy sketch. Yeah, right. A stick figure dress when everyone else is just ahead. That's what I saw it as. That's what I saw it as. Like, does it not kind of look like that? Like a very morose person with just this strange button-down dress, like... and besides that, they get a little bit of shoulder and upper chest. Like Sally here, she's just a floating head. She doesn't even get a neck, you know? So it's interesting. Also, Detective Hawkshaw has come before the murder. So Detective Hawkshaw is investigating something else, not the murder. So what has he been called to investigate? Or she? I'm actually not sure. But what have they been called to investigate? We don't know that yet. So either this line establishes the client-detective relationship. Like, Fitz is the one who hired Detective Hawkshaw. But they are new on the scene. They just got here. Except a week ago, almost a week ago. So, there you go.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been
perfect.
investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Wait.
As
What did
it
you just
happens,
say?
I've been investigating every single
Every
room at Tangle
room?
Tower.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
Fiona was not in the library yesterday, so she went to analyze the blood and then she never went back to the library. So Hawkshaw arrived before the Moida and says Beefy was not in the library all evening. Which is odd. Where was she?
And you stayed in the library?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
Oh, that's
He
Professor
emerged
Pointer.
from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm.
So he
Told
witnessed
me
something.
to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house.
See, this is why I believe it's Professor Pointer who has hired Detective Hawkshaw, because obeying commands, taking direction.
I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow
who?
Tower. An
Who?
unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You're pretty
You
close.
think she's hiding something?
Except you talk.
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky. Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
I think he's fun. I like Felix.
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
No ambition and no focus? What are you talking about? She said that she's an inventor? I disagree with that statement that she's not ambitious and unfocused. She's very focused on what she's interested in. She's very ambitious about, like, her field of study. I don't agree with you.
314 cases solved. 314.
Okay.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
We weren't here to witness the signs, Detective Hawkshaw. Give me a break. Okay, so Freya was of great interest to Detective Hawkshaw because of her intelligence, I think, not because they felt that she was related to the case that they were on, you know? So didn't talk to Freya because waste of time and resources, because not related to the thing I've been hired to find. But just off of what Detective Hawkshaw has said, we know that they've been looking for something as opposed to someone. And I have strong suspicions that Detective Hawkshaw has been hired by Professor Pointer. I'm going to write that down in my notebook here. With a question mark. As far as what they've been hired to find, it's going to take me a minute to ascertain that. I don't have the full picture. I haven't even interviewed Professor Pointer yet.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was
False.
disappointed too.
False! I expect you to bring the manic energy of Tim Curry reenacting the entirety of your case at the end of the movie Clue. Oh my goodness. If I can keep it all in my head, I would totally do that.
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint.
How tedious.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
They all make
We're
sound.
working on it.
That's a no then.
They all make sound. There's the singing, there's the bells, there's the piano, and then there's the bird. So I'm guessing it's a which came first kind of a situation. Failing that, Phoenix, right?
Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
Not yet.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not.
Okay, I am getting
conclude
some
whatever
stutter in the
stabbed
game.
Freya must have been brought into the room from outside.
Like frame rate
Unless,
dropping
of
for some
course,
reason.
it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
Okay. We just won't explore that one too far.
Paints.
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we
takes
know
a while
Freya
for
was
that
in the
paint
middle
to
of
dry.
painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I know, we called it a knife
I like
again.
anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
And you saw it when? Okay, this is a point of frustration I have with the game, where they'll say something, but the character doesn't immediately ask that all-important follow-up question. Like, the resident of the greenhouse was mysteriously not there. Who was the resident of the greenhouse? Can you describe what they looked like if you don't know their name? Or, when I saw it last, that cracked tape. Okay, and when did you see it last? Was that 1 day ago? Was that 2 days ago? Do you... Come on! Sophie's totally trying to get into Hawkshaw's cloak.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
It's possible that the feather... Okay. Freya had to look up reference material to paint the feather. I believe that's why the book was open in the library. There's some mystery surrounding how that book ended up in the library when it belongs to Flora. Kind of strange. But if that feather was already missing, that's why they had to look up a point of reference. Because if they had the feather, Flora simply could have held it up, and that would have enabled Freya to paint it because the object of reference is in front of her. And in fact, that would be a better point of reference if it's the exact feather as opposed to, here's an approximation generally of what the feathers of these birds look like, right? But she didn't have that, therefore she has to have a book to have as a reference to be able to paint the feather. So it's possible that that's what Detective Hawkshaw was looking for, is that feather. Perhaps hired by Flora to find said feather, because although, no, that wouldn't make sense, because then why would they phrase it as, I suspected that's where she was hiding the... So someone suspects that Flora stole something that wasn't hers? Also, who's Sophie? There's Fifi, or Fiona. I don't think we've met a Sophie yet. Did you mean Fifi? Fiona? There's Poppy, Penelope, Flora, Fitz, Sally, Detective Grimoire. Anyway.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
No, there's pointer things. That's not the full picture. This was a picture of a picture. So someone took a picture of the portrait and then put it up on something and then drew these lines and then someone took a picture of that. Is really more of what that looks like.
Photograph of Freya. Could be important.
That's Freya. That's Freya?
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
That would be cheating.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
Detective Hawkshaw is interested in the bird. Does she still own that bird? It's an interesting curiosity for... Like, that's the first time that Detective Hawkshaw has sounded interested. As opposed to... can't be bothered, you know?
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
There's cutouts here. Except for this one. Oh, I see. This is like a 3. And this is 12. And then this is a 6. This is 6. And this... Could that be 9? What spins alone? Oh, nothing spins alone. Hey, what's up, Heat Thing? Argum, thank you for the hydrate. There.
I got it.
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Small brass tool with a curved glass lens. Screw at the base.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point. But someone scratched it off.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
It's Tangle Tower.
I still got nitro? I think so.
Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
Well, it might appear like it resembles a telescope, but it's not quite a telescope, you know?
A pointless little stone tower.
No, that was the one-man
I
bandstand.
don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
I could be persuaded.
It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
Right?
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
Not in real life. So, did I see everything here?
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
Okay.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things.
Callie is so crazy. What did I do? Some people would just complain that Elizabeth was bugged. Oh, yeah, that's one of my favorite clips ever. Games do funny things all the time, and it's like, it's more fun to laugh at it. Oh, you're talking about the clips? Like the marshmallow clip? Yeah, my sound thing was bugged and I didn't realize it. Alright. What's in here? Oh. I think I'm about to get murdered. My murder senses are tingling. What? No. Go sit down and look at the stream. Look at this guy lurking in the bushes. He's freaking me out. I'm pretty sure he wants to kill me.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference. Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
This
I'm gonna
guy
say
in the
no.
bushes over here. This guy. Look at this guy. He's just standing there, menacingly.
Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening. Tools. Used by gardening.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not. This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. Soil is an unusual blue color.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Now this reminds me of... What have we got? 7? Weren't there 7 things drawn on that, on Fifi's chalkboard?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think.
Yeah, beta. I think this is alpha. This could be... Epsilon? Was it? But yeah, Greek letters it looks like.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Totally.
I am not.
Oh, okay. Oh!
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
This guy.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
What? Why? Why that question? Thank you for the hydrate, Argum.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like, condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our
It
lake
wasn't
water
that hard to
causes
follow.
the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Okay.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Also, Pure Demon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Speakeasy. I guess we'll get a
I was
statement.
up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
Hey, a bird.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi, too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Okay, so a couple of details got skipped over. For example, Fifi went down to check the substance, that the substance was blood, and he didn't mention at any point that she left to do that. So in the order of events, what I'm wondering is that a bird flew in because it was interested in the potted plant that was on the window. But through some kind of chaos, the bird, was flying so fast that its beak pierced Freya, which is, totally crazy, right? Oh, Pure Demon is Othello! Welcome, Othello! Okay, because I saw the follow and I was like, I hope this person isn't here to cause trouble. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes people just like to lurk, and that's cool too, you know. Anyway, so they said he said he's not, it may or may not have been a human or something like that. Anyway, so the commotion happens in the room and he hears it. So he goes to investigate and he says, oh, Poppy was with me. I forgot to say that. Always here to cause trouble. Nice. So Poppy was with him in the garden at the time as well. And so they heard the commotion and the two of them went to investigate. Couldn't get a response or couldn't hear anything. Burst the door down. Poppy sees, oh my gosh. And then that's when she runs to tell Fifi. And then they go back to the room. And at that point in time, what I remember from Fifi's statement is only Poppy, the body, Flora, and Fitz were in the room by the time that she left to go do this analysis. And when she returned is when Penelope and Felix, her father, were on the scene. That's when the rest of them got there. So it sounds to me like Felix was not where he says he was at the time of this. Because Fitz here is able to hear this scream from outside. But Felix didn't hear that? That's odd. Also, it sounds like what he heard of them walking down, of Poppy walking down, he heard Fifi and Poppy at the time that they were going to analyze the blood. That's the moment that he hears anything is going on. So, was he actually in his room or was he somewhere else? And there's a secret passage or whatever. And that's when he got back into his own room. Or Oh, I don't know. It's sussy. Okay, that's kind of the flow of events as I understand them right now.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Additional? Can we talk about that? Oh, come on, you're killing me, game. You're killing me. What do you mean additional?
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
Yes.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Wasn't that hard to follow?
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Okay.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure?
Oh.
Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell.
So Hawkshaw says that she checked everywhere, but she didn't check the greenhouse. It sounds like she hasn't done much of the grounds as opposed to inside the tower. You know, in the house.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
Interesting. So we live in a world where drones don't exist, is what that tells me.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
Okay.
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
Like she had ducked, maybe?
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, Not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
Okay.
There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Okay.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it. But it was empty.
Fun story.
Okay.
That's quite sweet, really. Felix made that? Huh. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right,
But 3
if
is.
she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Like, and?
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see?
Oh, yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
have any?
yeah.
In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Weird. Okay.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
It belonged to Freya.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
We should ask Fifi about it.
This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
He just looks... This guy's funny, man. This guy's funny. Okay. Let's move
Fitz's
on.
room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
Let's
This
go.
could be interesting.
Let's do it! Doing it! I haven't even gone to the eastern side of the tower. The Pointer people. Bruv. Are you okay?
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space.
He has a single indoor plant. Like, no, I'm really shocked here. Because he could fill this space with anything he wanted, right? Anything he wants. He could have books about plants and flowers. He could have paintings and sketches that Freya had drawn. He could fill this up with all kind of plant stuff. Notes, research. So it's very strange that it is bare. Except what that does tell us is that he likely spends almost no time here. He comes here when he has to sleep. Otherwise, and then I guess maybe eat? So he eats up here?
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
No, there's nothing to... What?
Doesn't
Not very
need to
many
be.
options.
It's locked. It's a combination lock.
Okay.
Sort of.
That doesn't work. So we have to rearrange this thing several different ways. But how would we know what order they come in? Or... It could also be that there's only one way possible to get every different shape that's there. Oh, wait a minute, look at this. Look, this has a point, and this, like, look at that. Okay, and this other shape, look at that. It has that point to it. So it's actually this one and not this one, because this one's rounded. Ooh, this is tricky. In a subtle way. Alright, and we got this clover shape right here. Kind of like an arrow. There we go. Alright, now what's the last shape? Oh, I think I see something here, maybe. Uh-huh! This shape. Right here. These were the shapes I was able to get.
That's done it.
Yes!
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
The PPFF! So Fitz and Poppy? Perhaps? It was on a tree, and it was on a trowel. But the tree, someone attempted to sever that. Someone tried to cut it down, but gave up.
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Yeah, it's very weird that the greenhouse guy would bother to have a plant in here. And then mostly neglect it.
There's someone outside the window.
Is there?
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure? It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Okay. That's probably Poppy Primrose and then Fitzfellow.
Oh wow,
What?
it's a big empty spit. Oh wow,
What?
it's a big empty spit. It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Slide the lid open, move the tiles to the correct slots. Is it just as simple as putting the sun over the moon? I don't have any context clues. to tell me if that's what they want, or if they want, like, alternating, or whatever. Okay, that's my best guess.
Nothing. Still locked.
Dang
The
it.
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Nope. It's not budging.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Usually it'll tell you, like, oh, you don't have enough information to solve this just yet.
Let's come back once we know what to do.
I hope that wasn't an achievement. Like, get everything right on the first try kind of achievement. Although I shouldn't look at that until later, because I don't want to spoil anything by mistake. I want to go and ask him about the trowel.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
How did you get that?
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Sounds like the answer is no. He does not use it. Alright, let's get out of here. That was underwhelming. Let's peek that family tree. Now that we've got a better idea
think
of
it's a
who's
family
who. Poppy Pointer and Fitz Fellow. Okay, something else that we learned recently. Wait,
Pretty.
okay, fine. Flora apparently is responsible for these other two siblings moving out and feeling unwelcome. So the fact that Penelope and Poppy are both still here is weird, right? Because Primrose would have been pushed out by Flora, but the daughter stays? Is Percival in the picture? Freya's parents are dead. We learned that they died when she was 3. And by relation, let's see, there's Grandpa, double thing going on, which is weird. Who begat Felicia, who married outside of the family, who begat Freya. Of course, they're gonna marry outside the family, but like, compared to Remington's. See, that's the other interesting thing, is we have the Pointer Tower and we have the Fellow Tower. We have like the two sides of Tangle Tower, which was renamed. It used to be something else, so what does that mean? So we only have the Remingtons, like, this is weird. Okay, so I'm gonna take a screen capture of this as well. And I want to mark up who is actually living in this house. So we know Fiona is living in the house. She's the one who's supposed to inherit everything. Flora is in the house. Felix in the house. Don't know about Flint. That's kind of a question mark. Fitz is here. Poppy's here. Penelope is here. Apparently, these people were pushed out by the influence of Flora. She changed the name so they wouldn't feel welcome. Whatever that means. That's kind of bizarre, right? Both of these people are deceased. No clue who this Emily person is. And then we've got a question mark here. Who came first, right? We don't know what's going on with this. Question mark. No clue, no clue. Oh, and then Freya, but dead. Hawkshaw is not anybody important. I think we could presume that everybody here is dead. Maybe. Or not living here for some reason. Because it seems like Flora is currently the inheritor of the tower. She took the Fellow name as opposed to Felix taking the Remington name. I wonder if that says something or not. Because here, Remington married the Pointers, and then we have Poppy Pointer instead of Poppy Remington. How did I not notice this? Look at this. The Remingtons, they don't do the alliteration thing. They're like the only people on this whole thing that don't have repeating initials. Flora Remington, Primrose Remington, but then Richard Remington. That's weird. That's weird. So we got Primrose Remington and Flora Remington, but then we have the one case of alliteration in the name. That's weird. What's that about? We got some mystery there. So they may not be dead, but they're not living here. So we come back to this now. We know that this is Fitz. And when was this drawn? Because we just got here. Because we don't know who sent us the case file. I think it was Fifi. I think Fiona sent us the case file, because when else would she have drawn this? We've also got question marks here. Why? Why? We got Poppy. So does she suspect one of these two people? And that's why there's question marks. We know that this is Professor Pointer, which isn't a name, it's just a last name. And then we have Pennette. Oops, I put two N's when I shouldn't have. I was thinking of Penny. And here we've got Flora. And here we've got Hawkshaw, which, why are they on the map? I think that this is a board of suspects. Well, not necessarily. But there are specific people missing from it. So this is us. And Felix. a really badly drawn F, but that's okay. So we've identified every single person on this board. But why do these guys have the question marks? These are also all of the people, with the exception of Hawkshaw, that arrived on the scene of the crime the day of. So, according to all of this, I believe that this is Percival, because father of Poppy here. So, Penelope is the niece of Percival. Unless, this could be Buck, but he goes by Professor, and took the last name Pointer. Yeah, we need to find these people and talk to them. But this is interesting. But the people that they specifically mentioned missing from this are Freya, not here, and Fiona is also not here. Let's see, here's another question. Come on, Pen. Are you dead? For real dead? Okay. We're gonna set that over to the side there. Now we've got him as a reference. Okay. So let's look at this, I guess.
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
Right, we know that.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
Do you think she still lives here?
She's dead. We were already told that both of her parents died at the age of 3. Okay, that's sad. I was hoping to get new information.
Fiona Fellow. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Poppy Pointer.
She's half Remington and half Pointer.
Do you think she still lives here? Flora Remington.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
It is updating.
Felix Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
Okay. Yeah, okay, let's move on. We'll come back to this later, but I wanted a chance to review it, so that's good. So where do the Remingtons fit into this picture? Do you see what I'm saying? This is weird, because what we heard was that Flora's siblings were run off, essentially, by Flora. And then the name of the tower was changed for, like, something new or something. What if this was originally an R for Remington, but it was replaced with the F for Fellow? Also, why do they get special little tassel thingies and this one doesn't? Like... additionally, the Pointer family... Well, wait a minute. Fiona is half Fellow and half... No, yeah, she's half Remington and half Fellow. You see where this is getting weird? Like... Why were the Remingtons excommunicated or like kicked away. Because everybody living here from the fellow side of the family started with Flora, you know? Maybe we'll meet somebody new. There she is.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Okay.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
That's not a violin, it's like a cello.
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
Or maybe this is the violin and this would be the viola.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
So I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Okay.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Look at the crack. Oh? Shiny statue, strange creature holding a large horn. Inside the horn, and on the ground below, are shards of the cracked glass. Very weird.
1 old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
For real, though.
That's just daylight, right?
What else would it be? Smells like a forest in here. It's a globe.
For globing. It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
Spooky murder mansion. Alright.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah.
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
What's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing
Okay.
to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer.
Okay.
The professor.
Okay,
Spends most of his
Percival.
time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever
Same
leave
age.
Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Okay. So... Growth is Percival.
Three and a half hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way, so I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
Wait a minute. What are we insinuating here? We didn't talk to each other. We didn't ignore each other. Oh my.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower.
Okay, hold. Why was Fifi crying? What else did she say? Yeah, Percival was there for some reason. Okay.
Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him.
Then Felix arrived with Penny. Okay. They arrived before Fifi tested the blood.
Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
So then what did Felix hear? He heard calm footsteps and then he heard footsteps like something was wrong and said that he saw Poppy going to a lower floor. So, who was the first set of footsteps that left the scene of the crime? Unless Fifi knew about it before, and that's why she was crying. Well, no, because then Poppy would have seen her and had been following her. Well, wait a minute. Something sounded like a drill. Could that have something to do with when the items got cracked in the room? Like it was that moment that things were breaking?
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling, stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
I would need to see that written to understand. It sounds really cool and well written. But like, I need to see it all at once to kind of parse that out.
Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender, accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some four walls make around a room?
Oh my god, are you gonna talk in poem about everybody on this list? Okay.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Okay.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
Okay.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
Okay.
There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
What?
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family.
Okay.
Flora's a Remington, originally.
Yep.
So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
Primrose married into the Pointers. Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
Okay.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird.
Okay.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
I think that it's more likely that a secret opened up and en route into that secret hallway door or whatever, the tape just fell into the pond. It wasn't someone trying to destroy anything, it was a oopsie daisy and lost the tape.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
Okay.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
It's not black, it's green!
It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
Well, two different people have said that it's yours. So...
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh. Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Odd. Why did she have to wonder whose paints they were?
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Oh?
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
Okay.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? That belongs to Flora, I think. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi
I don't
were
think
close
it's
friends.
Fiona's. I think it's...
Yeah, we are. It's just
Freya's.
Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Okay.
How sweet. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No?
Everyone thinks it's
Should
from
we
Fifi's
have?
room.
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched.
Wait, hold on, did I press something?
Don't look at me.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Okay. So... Oh. Someone else uses the music room. Could there be a hidden person living on this property? Like living in a secret room? Alright, cool. Let's get out of here.
All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Let's go. Let's do it.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
Yeah, it doesn't
Let's ask
belong
her
to her.
about it.
Later. Wait.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
It's not weird.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
No! Oh god, I hate that. How could you do that game?
Is the bit of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
Anything in the drawers?
Nothing you need to know about. It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. We want them all lined up at the top.
There we go.
Perfect. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Oh. Who's this? Bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. Rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya hidden in Freya's room.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something Suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Yeah, we will.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
There's more eyeball stuff going on.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright? Sheet music. Presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
It's a secret melody.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye. How do you even get drapes on the ceiling like that?
That's the real mystery. A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Ah. This is the information we need for the other side.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
So we need to unlock both sides for it to work completely.
Empty.
Alright. While it's fresh in my head, we're gonna go straight back to Fitz's room.
It's locked. But
I
think
thought
we are.
What's that thing by the...
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Nice. Headphones.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Slightly weathered statue. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head. Why do I get the feeling this is related to the cracked items we keep finding? Like it's protection for whoever was making horrible sounds. Find 3 statues of a certain amphibious creature.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It's a rose
think
bush,
so.
growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
More egg
I don't
statues.
get
Well, artist fault. An egg has got to be the easy. Giant stone frog. Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Mostly found resting on the tongue. None of the feathers are from the ink dip bird. Yep.
Oh, good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
The door into Poppy's room.
So, only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
Huh. I guess so. It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah. Stone pillars, or what's left of them. Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
I love how they're just picking themselves apart with that, like, trees on a roof, in a garden, on a roof. Okay.
It's a 2-person bench.
Now, what makes it a 2-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
Okay. Well, we're gonna talk to Fifi about the Daiwi. We have a few suspicions. But I feel like we've left the rest of the tower unexplored for far too long, so let's go to wherever this is. Penelope!
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh. I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
We are.
Does this
Yeah.
count?
Oops.
No, doesn't matter.
What did he say?
Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah, no, doesn't matter.
Does this count
Yeah,
as...
no, doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Heavy ornate cage. Yeah, but none of them have red plumage. And I believe... Yeah, look at this. This one, there's a yellow in there that matches. The purple might match, but then there's these 2 others that are weird. Alright, let's talk, I guess. Wait, what's this?
I feel like I'm standing in a
Okay.
giant bird cage.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Talking
Sorry?
about Sally's
Your
hair?
dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape. You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful.
You're
Penny
the
Pointer,
detective.
pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my
20-something.
friends.
Stop. Wait, stop. 20-something. Hold up. Wait, no, wrong image. I want this one. Here she is. Okay. Okay. I was freaking out for a second there. So she's the daughter of Pandora and Buck, which, are we ever gonna meet them? Probably not. Was there anybody else? I wonder how Poppy feels about Flora forcing Primrose to leave. Or whatever was up with that. There's something else. First of all, Penelope. Penelope. Okay. Come back to that later, but just something feels up.
Birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I'd call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Wait. Uh-oh. I think Fitz is... Like, Fitz and Poppy are actually an item, or have a thing for each other. Ooh, this... Ooh. I was not expecting that.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Okay.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Okay.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Whoa, what's with that look on your face? Hold up. Do I detect a snarl of disgust? Because Poppy didn't leave. Poppy is on the pointer side, but close with Freya.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
Okay.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
Okay.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
Are you though?
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility.
Yep, I
Did
was right
you
about that.
not know that?
Okay.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
Big.
And so brooding.
Kinda
Okay.
sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like
Oh
one too.
my.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Okay, tell me more. Started what?
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
I don't believe you.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it.
Okay.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Oh, that's rather sad. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
3 different pinks. Obscene.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
Okay. Oh, she hates Poppy. Just hates her.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
How do you know? It's hard to verify those kinds of things, because there have been... Well, anyway, whatever.
Ooh, a secret diary.
Yeah, Freya's.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent.
Okay.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
I wonder if it was a gift from her to him, like a wedding dowry kind of situation.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Poppy.
Absolutely no idea.
Fire.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Oh, you are just dripping with jealousy. Dripping.
Lovely. Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
Okay.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
Okay, weirdo. Okay, so...
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Brightly colored flower with an unusual shape, looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil looks fresh and moist. It's the unusual blue color. So this was probably given to her by Fitz.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them. It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Is it a puzzle?
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Do I have enough information for this? Maybe come back to this later, because... Wait. Wait. This is a family tree of birds, I think. Like the similarities of the beak position and the eyeball. Or what if it's more about the colors? Or what if it's both? Because, like, look, here, we would get the white and the green makes this lime green, and then you look at the beak position, it's like halfway between them. And then closed and open leaves you this half open sort of thing. I don't think green and blue make yellow. Or another possibility is like this. But you're not gonna get white that way. I don't think. Like what could you possibly mix together to get white? What if it's more this instead of the color? And it's just about the beaks and the eyeballs. Well, send it.
That's the one.
Hey, not
Oh
bad.
my gosh.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Red flower petals inside. Now I'll get her. Oh my. That's not ominous at all.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too,
What
I don't
does-
know.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen. Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Ever get the
mannequins
That's not. That's a big window. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
Rude. Okay. Now there's only one place we haven't been yet, so let's solve that problem. And let's meet the professor!
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Oh. I think we might be trying to create shadows that fall along here. Like this. Like that.
Oh, that was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Freya's. Various research notes and diagrams. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of mineral, approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years, fends off predators with a loud hiss. Oh, records of over 95 decibels. That sounds really loud. Undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Yeah, I think I know what caused the cracks in the items. One of these things was found by Freya and kept as a pet, and then it decided to do a loud hiss and then just cause problems.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
I wonder if this was where that torn picture came from.
Pretty.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime. What is it?
It's clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
A spyglass to the stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition. There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's tidier than notebook.
So, even the most well-used
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
It's tidier than mine.
So, even the most well-used
Alright.
Let's at least introduce ourselves before touching his telescope.
Always a good roll.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
This guy is a kook.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh, no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh, dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the Cosmos I say hi.
Interesting.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Oh, okay.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room.
Liar.
The door was locked, but I could
Liar.
hear shouting coming from inside.
Okay, stop the music. People described... Okay, Detective Hawkshaw said that when Professor Pointer came down, he was out of breath and visibly, like, bothered or upset or something. And he's acting like, oh, la-di-da, I couldn't find the book, so I went to go looking for it. Like, liar. Liar. Also skips over the fact where he says, stay here. Don't come upstairs. Doesn't mention that either. And now he's hearing yelling from inside Fifi's room? Ah, this is when he's overhearing the argument. So this part is where it starts to track and sound correct. But he's glossing over some important details.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business.
Oh, but those boundaries only exist in our minds, right? I've also been on the wrong screen this whole time. Oops. Sorry. Oops. So, according to him, he left after Fifi and Poppy went to analyze the blood. They left to analyze the blood, and then he and Penelope left. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm gonna have to have him replay
I'm quite
this.
sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that. I was
Say
at my
this again.
telescope for the majority, but at one point I couldn't find. I left my tower and headed down. I
Liar,
spotted
liar,
Detective
liar,
Grimoire.
liar.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed. The door was locked, but I
You're
could
shouting.
hear shouting. I recognized Fiona's voice. I had no desire to. So I waited for them to finish and come out. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my. It was apparent that both of them had already. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room.
Okay, so they get here, and who's here?
Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
Okay, yeah. Felix and Penelope arrived after, or before Fifi tested for blood. But after, well, yeah. Professor Pointer. And so he left Felix, Fitz, and Flora behind. Took Penny.
And then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything?
Don't take this the wrong way. I'm quite...
Okay.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but, I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally.
Interesting.
Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
But why do you think we're talking to you,
Nobody
dude?
could deny her talent.
We literally
She was
just got
remarkable,
here.
artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Interesting.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time. Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
Brother, you were just talking about how boundaries are like only in our minds and stuff. You have pointed disagreement with the fellow family. Pointed.
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
She went away. Let's talk about this for a second, actually, now that we have a few more details about the family tree. And we already scratched these people off anyway. She just went away. What does that even mean? Emily, this was like some brief thing. So he doesn't live here. Also question mark. We don't know if he's dead or what. Emily was just some short-lived thing or whatever. So she doesn't live here. I'm interested about Richard. I don't know why, but something's very curious about that. So yeah, Percival is here. We have no clue about Pandora. or Buck. It's also weird how he said she'll be my niece unless she marries Fitz. Because then she would become a fellow, and then what? They don't... I don't know, that's weird to me. They talk about tragedy, like something happened. So, I feel like somebody else died at some point. I mean, death would certainly have somebody like, oh, we need a fresh slate, we're kicking out the Remingtons, they're not gonna be here anymore. What I don't understand is why is Flora in ownership of Tangle Tower? Like, that's weird to me. They say Flora owns Tangle Tower, and depending on who you ask, Felix owns it as well. But it kind of makes it sound like the Tangle Tower was owned by the Remingtons. And then something terrible happens, and Flora says, you know what, it's Tangle Tower, we have the Pointer Tower, we have the Fellow Tower, and now we live here, but the Remingtons no longer do. So that makes me think that something happened with the Fellows, and that's why Percival is, like, irritated with these people, or sees them as somehow... holds grudge against the Fellow lineage. And just saying that she went away. That's bizarre. Okay, so we have these question marks still. We now know this is Percival. Penelope is the niece. Why there's an arrow connecting these two? Okay, we'll come back to that later. Let's ask him about all this stuff.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Okay. Aside from Flora, he's the most knowledgeable person. Maybe Felix, but he's kind of aloof in his own head. This guy is the only guy that's got any information on this place's history, because Flora won't talk to us. And, like I said, Felix, he feels like he's just kind of along for the ride. It makes me wonder, what if this was originally Primrose Tower and... not Primrose, excuse me. Remington Tower and Pointer Tower. Flora marries Felix and decides, okay, I'm gonna be a fellow now. We're gonna make this fellow tower. You Remingtons are going to boot scoot out of here. And that's part of the reason why Percival bears a grudge against the Fellow family name and just the Fellows as a whole, you know?
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
Where on earth did you find that? It sounded like he recognized what it was and was like, where did you find that? Like,
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
okay.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the Fellows. Typical.
You see? Typical. Purloined by the Fellows. So he feels that somehow this tower has now... Okay, yeah.
I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment, it was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
I thought that's where she would hide. I mean, and that's the same verbiage used by Detective Hawkshaw. I thought that's where she was hiding something. So I'm guessing that, not guessing, it really sounds like Professor Percival here believes something was stolen by Flora, or something is being kept by Flora herself, and it's going to somehow prove that she's not actually the owner of the place, because it sounds like Professor Percival here feels it should be his tower, and he's looking for proof or evidence, maybe a will or a title to the property, something.
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Yes, very nice.
Hey, Jimmy.
Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Yeah, the art style of this game is fantastic. The voice acting, S tier. The It's a very cozy, well-knit game.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
Okay.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
Yeah, it's Poppy. We all know it. The guy with the red hair reminds me of Markiplier during his red hair days. That's us. We are Detective Grimoire on the case of a murder.
This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother.
Oh.
She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
Okay.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the
Oh,
field.
really?
That's a flower joke,
Oh.
but she was.
Interesting.
Oh, so he's looking for botanist, is the word he's looking for.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
In a murder investigation? Absolutely my business.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Oh, yeah, he's real quiet now. Hey, what's up, Shibafang? Horticulturist. Okay. Then, what's the difference between a botanist and a horticulturist? Because it seems like there'd be some overlap there, no? Oh, what's this about?
That's all the statements.
Let's go
Okay.
over them all.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna go all the way over here to do that?
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To
Oh,
see
there's
if
lots of
anyone's
things that
been
don't add
lying.
up. Oh, yeah, there's people lying.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then I heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs.
Yeah, wrong.
Just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase.
Oh,
As I
that's
was
skipping
passing through the
things.
front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Tangle Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
No.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Well, that'll happen, but there's lots of... No, there's so many things that... No, you don't understand. Wait a minute. Why did Professor and Poppy go the long way? Isn't there a path across the top? Okay, yes, but here's the thing. So... Oh, what you got in your mouth? Come here. Get it. I had to get the thing out of your mouth. I know you didn't like it. I know you didn't like it. I know.
That's all the statements. Let's run through them all.
To see if anyone's been...
Okay, so here, I'm gonna stop every time there's an inconsistency. I joined late. Yeah, no, I'm gonna fill you in on the parts that don't make sense to me.
Garden most of the afternoon.
Okay, so here is Poppy, and this is Fitz. There's a special locked door. Only these two can access this garden between their rooms. It's very strange. It's a very strange house. But if this door is locked, I'm guessing Poppy's side here was locked. So these two went up and over. Yeah, so that's that. They're there.
I heard this sound.
Mm-hmm.
Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
She said it sounded like a drill going into metal, but not quite. Something worse. That's specifically what she said, but that was kind of left out for some reason. And so she mentioned that Flora was kneeling, aka possibly ducking from something that entered the room. We don't know.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in.
Mm-hmm.
Freya was right there, laying on her back.
Mm-hmm.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
Right. Now, according to the professor here, he was looking for a book, and he thought, oh goodness, this book that I usually have, it's not here. Let me go find this book. And so, according to him, he's just completely unaware of anything going wrong and is en route to talk to Fifi or Fiona about this book.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
Now, for some reason, they left out that Detective Hawkshaw said he appeared to be a bit upset and out of breath. Like something was wrong. He was flustered. He wasn't just en route to ask about a book. He was out of breath and upset, okay? And then also shouted orders to Hawkshaw to not go upstairs and to stay out of the way. That's also left out of this account, and I don't know why. But that's what happens there.
I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
Okay. One set of footprints, okay? One sound of steps. According to Felix, which is also left out here... Oh, there's an ad break. Should I wait for a second? I don't want to leave people behind. I'm gonna take a sip of water really quick. I wish I kept more snacks up here. There was something else I forgot to mention. Oh, actually, we're about at that point. Okay. Now that I've had a bit of a water break and we're back from the ad, what Felix said to us that isn't said here for some reason is that he heard two sets of footprints, okay? Two footsteps. He heard one that sounded calm and orderly, but the second one didn't sound good. It sounded like something was wrong. And that's why he ducked out to see, and he noticed Poppy. What he says is that she goes downstairs to the first floor. The other weird thing is, Poppy and Fitz hear this horrible, awful sound from outside, but he, one room down the hall, doesn't hear it? I'm gonna call BS on that. So I don't think he's stepping into the picture as quickly as he thinks he is. You know what I mean? Like, he's actually, this isn't when he steps into this. Anyway, but Poppy goes down to get Fifi to tell her. The other thing that happens that isn't mentioned in this account is that Poppy said it looked like Fifi was already crying about something else. Or had been crying. We don't know anything about that either, and Fifi left that out of her account. She made it sound like, oh, I was just in my room doing my thing or whatever, just stuff. Not that she had been crying. That got left out conveniently. So he's gonna say, I heard footsteps. I peek out and I see that it's Poppy. But for some reason, like, they would still be standing in the hallway because Poppy would be, what the other thing that she said is that she starts yelling through the door to get Fifi's attention, but she doesn't respond right away. Would Felix not see Poppy standing in the hallway and yelling at the door? But no, what he says is that they go down the stairs.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
Why did she not recognize Poppy's voice? Because apparently, well, at least until the last couple of years, apparently there has been a falling out between Poppy and Fifi and Freya. Freya is the murder victim here. So she didn't recognize that it was Poppy's voice? That's weird. Also, eventually, exactly, that is also weird.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase.
Yeah, see, once again, that detail of he appeared to be out of breath and flustered, not mentioned. The fact that orders were barked at her to stay out of the way and don't come upstairs, also conveniently left out of the picture here.
As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
Yes, that's also true, because she asked, where's my father? Like, where did he go? So she's in pursuit. The other thing is that Felix said he heard somebody, like, he saw Poppy. He didn't say he just heard somebody going down the staircase. He saw Poppy going down the stairs. And so he crossed to the other room, Fitz's room, to look into the garden. Immediately. It wasn't like he just stood at his door for a minute and waited. Well, no. See, here's the thing, Shiva. This is what I'm saying. This isn't like... This is an amalgamation of everybody. Of everybody's statements kind of slammed together between Detective Grimoire and Sally. This is everything being stitched together. But there's, for some reason, they're leaving out details that the people themselves mentioned. Like, why, like, Hawkshaw told us that this guy was out of breath and, like, upset. But for some reason on the recount, it's not mentioning that part. So whatever.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
And this is where he hears them from outside yelling. That tracks. And he is busy, Felix here, is busy looking out into the garden. They're using first person. No, that's what I'm saying. This is everybody's personal account. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what makes this kind of weird and confusing, is that they've taken everybody's direct account, but for some reason, the game, aka us, the detectives, are stitching together certain pieces, but leaving out specific details of each person's individual account. And slamming it all together. Exactly, Shiva, that's what I'm saying. That's what's weird about this. So, there's several inconsistencies. There's so many inconsistencies that I have been taking notes about that I would love to point out, but for some reason the game isn't letting me do this. No, this room is his. This room is Fitz's room. Well, I wish I could answer. There's a lot of stuff that you miss. I feel like you're coming in halfway through the game, if not towards the end of it. Yeah, Felix was in his room. What his personal account specifically said was that he heard a set of footsteps coming down the hallway and that sounded calm and orderly. He used those words specifically, and he thought nothing of it. But then the second set of footsteps, something sounded like it was wrong. And that's when he decided to step outside to see what was going on. And he says, in his own account, he visibly sees Poppy going down the stairs. And he's thought maybe it was something from the room across the hall. So he goes into Fitz's room to then look into the garden to investigate, because he doesn't know what's going on at all. Yeah, second set is the one with this Poppy here. I believe that Felix is not in the order of events as he thinks. I believe he was not, what he heard when his account first comes into play is that he hears Fifi heading down the hall and Poppy following her to test the blood. That's what I believe he hears. And so his account actually starts later than this is making it seem. No, I don't think so, Shiva. It's possible, but I'm thinking that because he didn't hear the sound. That's what's getting me. Poppy and Fifi were crying. That's the other detail that I'm saying has been left out. Fifi herself didn't say that she had been crying, but in Poppy's account when I talked to her, Poppy said that Fifi appeared to have been crying already when she came to the room. And then Fifi said that Poppy's makeup was leaking. So both of them are crying. Was Fifi not in her room during all this? Well, that's just it. We don't know about what Fifi was doing before the murder happened. She may have witnessed more than she's telling us and doesn't want to say.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Oh, well,
Back
you know
in the
what?
hallway,
That wouldn't make sense.
I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope.
But see, why would Penelope appear to be concerned if she didn't know what was going on? Like, I think that's why I'm saying it would make more sense if, like, she realized that her dad looked upset and that's why she gave pursuit to follow him in the first place, as opposed to, oh, I'm looking for this book. I think I'll go inquire Fiona and see if she knows. You know, like, no. Because why would she care, right? That's business as usual in this house. Right. Why is Penelope concerned? That's what I'm saying. Like, but that's just something that's been left out.
She was heading up Tangle Tower to find Professor Pointer. So I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
No, Penelope does not have access to the garden. Only Fitz and Poppy do. Fitz is this stoic-looking guy here, and Poppy is the goth chick here. They are the only ones that have access to that garden. That's it.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
We were there 15 minutes. So how much time, like, let's say, for sake of argument, it took 15 minutes for everybody to end up here. And then they come down here and it's been another 15 minutes. That's maybe like 30 minutes, right? If we're being generous.
I decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me and we both
went back
to our rooms in
rooms.
Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
An hour? An hour. Yeah, exactly. It's very sus. Very sus with all of that. I think that the intended victim was not Freya, but actually, Flora. Like, I'm not saying that it's been, like, any specific amount of time. Is the Flora? No, Flora, it'll become clear over time. I just think that there's a lot of context that's missing because you weren't here earlier. You know, Flora is the subject of the painting. Freya, the murder victim, was painting a portrait of Flora at the time that the murder occurred. If you'd been here from the beginning, you would have probably been saying that Flora did it, because she's also acting really sus because she won't speak. She literally won't speak.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long, but when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
But they don't
just line up.
up.
Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Okay. I don't see how that helped anything. Okay, you know what? Here, this might help. Let's go through the list of things. Flora. Lord Remington is the father of Flora. Richard Remington is the brother. Primrose is the sister. Felix is her husband. Fifi is her daughter. And Freya is a friend. And then I guess we haven't made specific connections to these other people. Flora once owned a rare ink-dip bird with white and red feathers. Felix included the ink-dip bird in a model he made for Flora. Flora was holding an ink-dip feather while she was being painted. That's why it looks like she's holding a bloody knife or something weird. Feather was not found anywhere at the crime scene. Odd. Feather is normally kept inside Flora's ceramic egg. This is her right here. Her statement is that she didn't make a statement, but this is what we believe her path right here. And then Felix, husband of Flora, Flint's brother, which Flint isn't here. He's like unrelated, but there's some really tangled family history. And then Fifi is his daughter. Okay? And this is what he claims. He was at the workshop, he heard the footsteps, and that's what aroused his suspicion. Not the super loud sound, not that, no. the footsteps. And so he went into Fitz's room to look into the garden to investigate, and then came back out, saw Penelope, and, you know, they both came up here. I'm wondering if he might have been the source of that sound. Because if you're the one making the sound, then it's not suspicious to you, right? And he was apparently trying to whittle some things. Because, like, if that sound didn't arouse his suspicion, he must have been the one making it. Felix's red paint pot was found at the crime scene with blood in it. So how did blood get in? Okay, so he stole Flora's paint. I think it's going to mention it here. Or not Flora's paint, Freya's paint. He stole Freya's paint. The red paint pot found from Felix's room actually belongs to Freya. You can tell by the labels here. So he swapped his empty red paint bottle with her full red paint bottle. And then somehow this got filled with blood. That's a mystery we don't understand yet. Felix was painting a model for Flora, but needed red paint. He asked Freya to borrow her paint. She said no. He took Freya's red paint pot, swapped it, the lid to disguise it. He left his own empty red paint pot in Freya's room. He finished painting the model, but did not give it to Flora. And this is the model that he made. I didn't see anything that looked like a word drill, though, so I don't get that. Freya and Poppy are close friends of Fifi. Felix and Flora are her parents. She was in her room and then came here. There's something... Oh yeah, I need to ask her about the diary, because it's not her diary, by the way. This is Freya's diary, and for some reason she has it. Hawkshaw. Hired by Professor Pointer, and Freya was interesting to her because Freya was able to suss out who hired her and what she was hired to look for in one day or whatever. We don't know exactly what Hawkshaw was looking for. I believe that Detective Hawkshaw was hired by Professor Pointer to seek out proof that this tower, it actually belongs to the Pointer family as opposed to the Fellow family or the Remington family. There's some weird bad blood grudge. He does not like the Fellows. There's that whole thing going on, that whole subplot. Detective Hawkshaw was here like 5.5 days ago or something like that. So this person was hired as a detective before the murder even happened. So there's that. She was in the library, came out, main entrance, and then went to the stone square and had to wait there for an hour, which is an incredibly long time. That's really weird. We're not sure if there's anything suspicious about her. Wait, I wasn't done. So close friends with Poppy and Fifi, a friend of Flora. Felicia and Damien died when she was 3, but those are her parents. Died whilst painting the portrait of Flora Fellow in Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for the portrait. Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest at a perpendicular angle, by the way. Like, directly perpendicular with the body. There was no angling to it. Now, Flora was standing over by the window, so it's entirely possible that something intended for Flora passed her and struck Freya by mistake, because Flora, for some reason, was kneeling. No weapon was found, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting appeared to be holding a knife. We now know it's a feather. Red color on the tip of the knife was not paint, it was discovered to be blood. Very strange. Why blood? And we don't know how Freya was killed. Oops. Did it again. Fitz is the fiancé of Penny, although appears to be having a fling with Poppy. Emily and Flint are his parents, but we don't know where Flint is, but he doesn't live here. And Emily also apparently was a brief fling with Flint, but was not involved in the family long. Yeah, they mean feather. She was painting a feather. Yeah, he was on the rooftop garden and went up. We're not sure if there's anything suspicious about... Did it again! Pointer. Primrose is his wife, but no longer lives here. In his words, she went away. because she was essentially kicked out, I guess, by Flora. There's some weird family situation going on. So I believe that Professor Pointer has a serious grudge against Flora, but is trying to hide it, and I think not doing a very good job. Specifically, the Fellows as a whole, he harbors a grudge against. He doesn't like the Fellows. In fact, has said that when Penny marries Fitz, insinuating that she wouldn't be his niece anymore. She would become a fellow. Yep, hired Detective Hawkshaw, father of Poppy. Pandora was his sister. Also, well, no, he's a Pointer. Primrose Pointer was his wife, but yeah, but got kicked out. Pandora, I don't know what happened to Pandora. Oh, those fellas. Exactly, Nasirman. Okay, and then Penny. Fitz is the fiance. Buck and Pandora are the parents, although I don't know where the parents are. Pointer is the uncle. And then Poppy. Yeah. There's all that going on. And once again, rooftop garden to up there. And there's something suspicious. So Poppy used to be not goth. Professor Pointer's got Poppy right here. Daughter of Professor Pointer. Yep. So we need to follow up on some conversations. So we're gonna do that right now. Because we have some suspicious things to follow up on. Fifi with the diary, which let's just go ahead and do that. Oh, we have so many things we haven't asked her about, too.
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope?
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far away.
He didn't know what this was. He thought it was Fifi's. So he could be lying and claiming to not recognize it. We found this outside in a locked box. It's also possibly belongs to Detective Hawkshaw. I don't think we've talked to her about this thing. So it might be hers. That was when you joined? Okay.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible?
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is?
Okay.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
The statue lives in the music room. Yeah, tripod. It's the second person who described it as a weapon. I know. It's shocking.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Yeah, this is interesting. There was something else we showed her that she just laughed nervously like that. I think it was this one here. Like she doesn't want to. Yeah, she gets weird about it.
Laughed.
Because it's evidence of what Poppy used to be.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Hold up. Hold up. They each have the perspective that the other is tired of them. Poppy feels that Fiona has become impatient with her, and Fiona, aka Fifi, feels that Poppy has grown tired of her company. What? Where is that coming from?
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Okay.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next! Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
Okay. Alright, suspicion. We have suspicions about you, hun.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
and... This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Somebody else's diary.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove
That's
who
not
the
Poppy's,
original
no.
owner
It's
was.
Freya's. See? It's Freya's.
Let's take a closer look at this.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary. Which proves it belonged to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Hmm. That's the only conclusion I could come to. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi
What?
unlocked the diary.
Why would you need to preface that? What's written in the diary? Okay. So at what point did she take and hide the diary?
Hey Callie, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Callie! Hey Callie!
Thank you so much for that sub, Shiva. I appreciate that. So I would think that she took the diary after Freya died, right? I don't see why she would hide it before then. Oh, yeah. Ads are annoying. So, according to her account, like, when did she take the diary, though, is the thing. That's why I'm wondering, was she crying because she already knew Freya was dead by the time Poppy came to get her? Because why did Fifi feel that Poppy was trying to play a trick on her? Like, that's a really odd thing to say. I mean, she's very matter of fact and all this stuff, and it's like, you know, I didn't believe her at first, but she was already crying. I don't know. There's some weirdness. Or she took it after when everyone was in the room. Yeah, we don't know where the diary was at the point that it was taken. It could have been in Freya's room, and then Fifi, sometime after analyzing the blood and all of that, took the diary before we got there. Why would she need to do that? Because she knew we were coming, because she was the one that hired us. We don't know who sent us the case files and hired us to come solve the murder. But Fifi did hire us because she said, I need to understand, like, why Freya died or how Freya died. Yeah, we don't know who hired us, but I have strong suspicion it's Fifi that reached out because she wants to understand why, you know, so what do? You hire a detective, right? To solve the thing. That's always a fun trope. And so because she knew we were coming, she decided to hide the diary because to protect her innocence or whatever.
What's in there?
What is in there? It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. She, with the little company, would probably be referring to Flora, because Flora was very much just shut up in her tower, didn't really talk to people, and decided to, like, befriend Flora, you know? Yeah, who hired the detective in the first place? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So... interesting. There's another suspicion that we have to cover with Poppy, which is revealing her original identity. Little Necronomicon action. Okay, before we get to the suspicion, though, we have additional people to question her about.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst. Of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet. The flowers growing at your feet.
So, like, appreciate what you have, because, yeah, he's incredibly jealous of the fellows and the fact that they, like, own the tower or whatever.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. Yeah, it's mine.
I want both of these.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Oh?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have
8
it
notes?
memorized.
Oh, what a haunting tune.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
Can't remember. That's weird.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Uh-huh.
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Considering you
Sure.
found it hidden in your room?
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch
How
of
long?
stuff
Oh,
hidden
it
in
happened
there.
yesterday. In the timeline.
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
Okay, it's time to fess up. That's
I need to
you.
confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
Mm-hmm. You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors. Let's take a closer look at this.
Let's see. Message on the tape, the crack on the tape, the pink cassette tape. Found at the crime scene matches. The pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo. Yeah. Well, it's the player. I don't think the cassette tape would be an older version of the player, but...
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
Yeah, get her!
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
This proves Poppy is the murderer. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Oh, I listened to Poppy's poems. Okay, cool. Well, I think that's everything from her. We've asked her about all of these pieces of evidence. We've asked her about all the people. Yeah. And all this. Like, we believe you now. Okay, we have a ton of stuff to get through with Flora. So we're just gonna go through all the things. She's not gonna say much, and then we're just gonna systematically go around the rest of the house. So...
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
Still no cat game? Hey, Para, what's going on? Well, I'll put up a vote for Wednesday, because Wednesdays are the days that I would likely play the cat game. So I'll put up a vote to see if people want to see more of the cat game or something else. So the vote goes in the Discord before stream. Let's see,
I spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
You know the guy in the other tower?
Oh, bye.
Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
And then we've got some things to go through. And nothing about that. Nothing there. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Doesn't care. No.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
She is a bird enthusiast.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Okay. As I expected. So that was just really quick and easy to kind of get out of the way. So we can say we did it, you know. We've got a lot of new stuff to talk to this gentleman. Look at that, he's sleeping! Have I seen the golden egg? Oh yeah, we already opened it. Yeah, we already, that's old news.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Right.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman.
Right.
Percival Pointer. Good old So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Now you're not sus of Pointer? Are you sus of Felix now?
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled.
Oh yeah, the
when
other
she was
reason. I get
younger.
that too.
Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Okay.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Euphemistic.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
The bird is the murderer.
I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Everyone acts like nobody knows that this was Poppy. Well, this was in the music room. I don't know where it was at the time of the murder. It might have been moved to the music room. But, because it's cracked like that. That's weird. A bunch of other stuff in Flora's room is cracked. This is also cracked, but it was in the music room, and nothing else in the music room is cracked, so... weird.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to.
Okay.
That looks
Yeah.
like it might belong to Fitz. Goodness me! What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
Okay, so let's just do a little recap here. Let's listen to his statement and remember everything from earlier.
It was dusk. A feeling.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest.
Disappeared to the floor below. So that wasn't when she stopped to get Fiona. And who was the first person? That's left out of the amalgamation thing. Like, that's weird.
I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed.
So, in the short amount of time that he was in the room and comes back out, when Penelope is there, like, so that doesn't make sense. Like, so he sees Poppy going down to the first floor, goes into Fitz's room, looks into the garden, decides to come back out into the hallway, because Fitz's room is bare. There's nothing in it except a bed and a dresser, I think, okay? Like, nothing's in there. So it's not like there's a bunch of hidey holes for him to look into. He didn't go out into the garden to search. So he goes into the room, nothing's in here, glances out the window, and then heads back into the hallway. That's like a couple of minutes, maybe. And he bumps into Penelope, and they both head back up into the room, and guess who's there? Poppy. And so it's like, if she went down to the first floor, she went down there for just a brief moment and immediately came back up. And that, exactly, the professor and the two girls passed that room upstairs. Yes, exactly. So, weird. And let's go back to talk to Fifi. Have we asked her about everybody? No.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electrolytes.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
What? Can we talk about that a little more? Like cryptozoologist? I don't know, dude.
Name, Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
Wow, sarcasm. Sarcasm from her? That's kind of surprising.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Okay.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Factually sarcastic. Yeah. And she did end up lying. Because we were saying earlier, oh, I forget who was here earlier. Deli. Deli was in here earlier and we were saying like, oh, the way that she came across at first is that she wasn't really gonna lie about anything. But oh, sorry, Deli is Butlerius. They were in here earlier. I don't think you came in at the same time that they did. They were in chat in Twitch. Already asked her about all this stuff. Okay, good. Now her statements.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Okay, I didn't hear about Penelope or Felix. Did you?
I was in
She
my
didn't
room.
mention
Someone
them.
began. I opened the door. She told me,
Which is also weird.
She insisted we left the room. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test
Didn't even
and found
pass
out
them
that
in
it
the
was,
hallway.
in fact, blood.
Didn't even pass them in the hallway. Felix said he went to Fitz's room. Well, so here's the account according to other people, is that Poppy and Fifi went into the room, and then shortly after that, like with Professor Pointer, and then shortly after that, Penelope was right behind him, kind of following, and that's when they joined up with Felix, and then they went into the room. And then according to Percival's account, for some reason, Fiona and Poppy left again. But Fifi doesn't mention Felix and Penelope. Right, no one could, exactly, that's true too. But it's just like, these are the little inconsistencies that are popping up that I'm noticing, that for some reason, when we go to like, oh, let's analyze all these statements, and then we bash them together, there's stuff that doesn't line up, but it's not pointed out. And I'm like, but there's so many inconsistencies here. Like, wait. Okay, let's talk to Hawkshaw again, because there's quite a few things we need to follow up with her about. Felix and Penelope left after Fifi went upstairs. Well, according to what I can surmise from everybody's account together, is that, like, what I think is that according to Felix's account, if he heard calm, orderly footsteps, and then Poppy, like, sees Poppy going down to the first level, I believe that's when they went to test the blood. But that would mean there was 15 minutes that he just kind of did whatever. Because they got back to the room before he got up there. You know what I mean? It's like, this is weird. That there's a tangle there that doesn't make any sense. Hawkshaw.
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
Well, the only one who's going to confirm Felix's story is Penelope, because remember he said he came out and Penelope looked quite concerned, so then they went in together. So that's, but everything before that, I don't know. Nobody else saw him.
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Because that's her client.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
Yeah.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld
Telescope.
microscope for up-close investigation work.
Liar! Fiona identified it as a telescopic lens.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Liar! Fitz testifies that Hawkshaw never went into the greenhouse. Ever. Because he just knows if someone's been in there. And she never went in there. So she's lying about being in the greenhouse. And she's lying about what that device is.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? This is a potential murder weapon.
Murder. Everyone's
I don't
calling
know.
this a murder
I don't
weapon.
think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Poppy.
Strange.
We already know.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
The law degree.
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
Nice. So one of them is so we got a a harp, a horn, and a lute from this creature. But there's a fourth. I feel that there's a fourth that's missing or somewhere else.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. And you consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Okay, yeah, so Percival, aka Professor Pointer, hired Hawkshaw to find the Golden Beetle. And for some reason, Hawkshaw believes that Flora has the Golden Beetle. He's desperate for money and all that. So, and Professor Pointer is the one that had the file on the Golden Beetle. That seems pretty straightforward to me at this point. Okay, thank you, Hawkshaw.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope.
There it is.
Suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Yes, let's do it. We're gonna do this Ace Attorney
This
style.
little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
This.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Never went into the
Surely even
greenhouse.
you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's not a microscope.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Let's see. Let's see. A microscopic lens, according to Fifi, well, the handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw lied about it. Which makes it the murder weapon!
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me,
Yeah, exactly,
I
Shiva.
dared to
Why?
consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things
What did I
have
say?
become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
They think Freya stole the golden beetle? And they thought Freya was keeping it hidden? What? Why would they think that Freya kept anything in the Fabergé egg if they knew it belonged to Flora? That's just a childish indulgence would have been the original thing to say when you saw it. Yeah, right, exactly. Like, why do we care? It don't matter. Did we talk through everything else? Yes. We will rehear your statements.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way.
Stay out of the
I
way.
consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave.
Interesting.
Out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful? Mournful? I cannot say.
Penny is the murderer and Percival knows? I mean, it's possible, but the motivations wouldn't make sense. Like I said earlier, I'm wondering if Flora was the intended victim, and perhaps there was a gust of wind or whatever, and she dropped the feather. So she knelt down to pick it up. And at the moment that she knelt down, whatever it was that struck and killed Freya, that was intended for her, came through. I don't know enough about the characters to know the motivations. Yeah, behavior, that's important. That's important for sure. But it seems to me that Penelope harbors a significant, a stronger amount of bitterness towards Poppy than she does to anybody else. I'm gonna talk to you again, Mr. Man, hiding over there. We're gonna ask you about
I imagine
three.
you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Are they using astrology and astronomy interchangeably? Because they're different. This is the one you know the least about? Okay.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing? recently.
Good. It's good.
Okay. No. It sounded like, what's her name? Sally said astrology for just a moment, but I might have heard biology and astronomy and kind of tangled the two.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Yeah. Sussing the both of you out.
What's with the broken glass?
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
Liar.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
A week
What do you
ago?
need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Okay. They went missing a week ago. And Poppy was the one who found them like in a hallway or whatever and put them on that statue. So if the both of them were out there yesterday just hanging out for most of the afternoon and he's been looking for them and he never saw them, I don't think he was in that garden, that rooftop garden, like he claims he was. Well, yeah, so there's some odd... that's weird, yeah.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Yeah, they're so close.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
That's weird. Your own fiancé, you have no reason to go over there. But he doesn't recognize this flower? He doesn't know? Exactly, this is very weird. But Poppy was asking about unique flowers, right? I don't know if we've asked Penelope about this flower yet, but we're going to.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
They're the same red as the rose bush that's on that rooftop garden.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
I don't think he was the only one to react to the petals. I think Poppy did too, where she was like, oh, those petals. Someone did.
A little chart of... Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
We're gonna do a screenshot of this. Hold on. Alchemy? Yeah, really, maybe. I don't know. There we go. Oh, whoops. In 3 seconds. Boom. So now we've got that on the side. Awesome.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
Let's talk to Poppy. Asked her about everybody. We've shown her all the things.
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found
Found
it.
it in Penny's room.
Right.
Okay, and she was like super upset about that for some reason. Rooms of the towers for some reason. Oh, I forgot to listen to her statement again. Well, whatever, it's fine. I feel like we're really close to the end here.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Okay.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Is Penny the murderer? You and Shiva are kind of pointing fingers over at Penny. Yeah, exactly. Why does she have that plant, and who gave it to her? Because it's got that... What if it was from Freya? Because Poppy doesn't understand what it is. It wasn't a gift from... like, Fitz doesn't know what it is. He doesn't recognize it. Penny isn't as docile as I thought. Oh yeah, no. She's, a character. Let's hear her statement.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I think it's someone else's account. Poppy and Fifi left before they did. So that order of events is off. Unless they had already tested the blood by the time this had happened. Right. That's why I'm saying, like, I think they did. I don't know. But there's like all these inconsistencies.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Let's do it.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
Now you tell me.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
We'll do that next. Oh my god. Game. Calm down.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Maybe did see Fitz, but he was holding something else. Maybe that trowel?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
The trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Fitz was probably breaking up with Penny. Wait a minute, what are our options here? To look after a potted flower in Penny's room? Those FFs really love the PPs. Yes, they do. This is what I think, although he claims to not understand what this flower is, or to know much about it. But Penny says that she doesn't know how to take care of flowers, like it would die. So it would die unless he came to intervene. I'm thinking I'm gonna send this. Like, is there a reason? Yeah, to take care of the special flower with the blue soil and all that.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
The soil. Soil is made by Fitz, uses this unique blue to grow all his plants. Yeah.
Let's take a closer look at these.
The pot and soil in Freya's room matches the pot and soil I brought for lunch. Found in Fitz's greenhouse. Yeah, that seems pretty good.
The pot and soil in Freya's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Almost. Maybe
Really?
just change one thing.
Oh, whoops. I put the wrong room.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence?
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time
Oh.
to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
That's
Turns out
an
Penny
incredible
isn't
gift.
particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Aw. That's actually very sad. She looked at the plant and she said it's vulgar. Does she realize that it's made to resemble her? Oh, that's sad.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Okay. Alright, let's clear our suspicions about Penny up here. What is his account?
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a
No,
piece
he
of
wasn't
paper
in the
and hid
greenhouse
it
the
in
whole
your room.
time.
That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from Red Roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
Oh, well, that's easy. The sketches. Boop. Down in the rooftop garden, right there.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Okay. Was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them? She's jealous and suspicious.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly
Liar.
ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
Liar! I have
We need a
evidence.
clue to compare with Penny's birds.
Those
Something
that
to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Yes, the feathers. I have them. These feathers.
Let's take a closer look at these.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left
I don't even have to
behind
think about
by
that very
Penny's
much.
yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
That stare, man.
Can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Have you tried talking to him about this at all?
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
Was that there before?
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Oh, that's when she wrote the note. Is there anyone with a suspicion? Oh yeah, this guy.
Use no
A picture frame.
with no picture.
It's full of tea.
Criminal. There's something I just.
Does it not? It's too cloudy to see.
It's also daytime.
Every astronomy tower.
I want to try.
Oh my god. I forgot to do this after talking to him because I tried to look at it first and it was like, we should talk to the guy before we touch his telescope. That is so dumb.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can just about see the gramophone. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges. You can see right.
Not by
I can see
accident.
behind her. I can't really see anything.
It's too dark back there. It's too dark back there. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Great. Finally,
Isn't this
some leads.
supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
Yeah, right.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
You! Come here! I'm
So,
sus
Professor,
of you.
what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory.
Oh? Go on.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. You're not really interested.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Oh, the golden beetle, probably.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
Oh good, that was the right choice. I was like, what? Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene. And not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next
Being
question
friends with
is
everyone,
important.
maybe?
You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Yeah.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
This game is like too much at once, dude.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. To hide the evidence? To prove the existence of magic? Why was there blood on the painting? Oh. Wait. Was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. Because it was stolen. Hold on. I don't know. I don't think so, because we have yet to find a knife. The evidence of a theft. Well, it says, was Freya stabbed by a knife? Why was there blood on the painting? There was blood on the painting because Felix stole her red paint and put back an empty bottle. At some point, the bottle got filled with blood and she used that as if it was paint.
Paint from the paint pot was replaced by blood from the paint pot to hide the evidence. Nope.
It's just, nope, not even close. Where did the blood come from? How was it used? I'm sending it.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to prove the existence of magic. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Okay.
Blood from the paint pot
No.
was used. Almost. Maybe just change. Blood from the paint pot was almost.
She doesn't like it.
Maybe just. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Ooh, there's an idea. Oh, we can go there now. Ooh. Ooh. Do we want to do the harp, or do we want to go to the secret room above Flora's room? Attic? Yeah. I want to go to the attic too before I do whatever this is.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
A fishing pole?
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Just dusty junk.
Generator pulley?
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
It's stuffed.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
At least the moths are kept well fed. Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Yeah.
Is that what I think it is?
There's the red feather?
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Okay, I guess you're not gonna say anything about it? Weirdos?
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
Is this spooky attic boring you? Okay. They saw it and they were like, nope, nothing.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
This guy would probably know, right? The sailor guy, supposedly.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
He's the one full of hot air, for real.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Come on, give me a little more credit.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Alright, that's super helpful.
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
She says that like she recognized it. I guess that's all we're gonna ask about it, so moving on.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Could this be an
What is
accidental death?
that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
That wasn't here before.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
It responds to sounds. My new friend, he likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Before I press continue, I'm going to take a really quick break, but I'm just going to leave it here and mute the mic. So enjoy a short little chair stream, and then we will continue. At pros, the order of the music symbols will match up to the order for that device, changing when you play those things. I believe that we already know the order that it goes in. Yeah, no, it has symbols for each of the sounds. Alright, we've got a almost like a crab looking shape. And then the other sound was the doorbell. And then another one was the piano.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for me?
Sure. It's...
Oh, no. As in the cassette. Oh? Okay, good. I was like, man, I really thought that would have been it. It's difficult to tell who's the Moira right now. Because, like, at first I thought maybe Flora was the intended victim, but it was Freya. It ended up being Freya by mistake. But now I think Freya was the intended target. Somebody is hiding up here and drops it down. Who did this? I don't think it was Professor Pointer. I don't think Penelope would have bothered. Poppy or Fitz might be covering for the other. The only person to mention a horrible metal drilling type sound was Poppy. Felix could have been hiding up there because, yeah, that's the biggest sussy thing we've got going on. I hate to say it, but Fifi technically is another possibility. Because she was already crying when Poppy came to get her. We still don't know why Fifi was crying. Yeah, she knew about the attic, but there are probably other people who also knew about the attic. What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
It's someone humming a tune. That's all for now.
So, what?
Should we go back to the garden?
Yes. I'm stepping on their lines, but I don't care. I want to do it.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
There. Yep, flat out shows me.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Okay, I was like, really?
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
I guess they were expecting that to take a lot longer than it did. Bugs.
What's in there? Nine beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. 9 beetles.
Poor little
There's
kids.
It's mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Okay.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Very strange safe.
Reset the puzzle.
That clicking noise is really irritating. Like, I really, really, really hate that. It's when I drag quickly. But if I go slower, it's much nicer. I probably could and should mute it. I mean, I could mute it for sure, but then I would have to back out of what it is I'm doing. And somehow that annoys me more than just like getting it done really quick. Ugh. Almost had it before. Sending it.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Oh, look what's missing. Number 4. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. Mammals remain completely unaffected.
Whose research is this?
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Look at all the cracked glass.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms. It's a hatch.
But we're already in the basement.
Depends on your perspective.
The basement
Let's
of
not
the
go down
basement.
just yet.
Really?
We
Okay.
still haven't explored this room properly.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Small?
A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates. This place would never pass a fire safety inspection. Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
Forensic?
That's an incredibly specific area of study. It's so dark, I can barely tell what I'm looking at. Hand-drawn entomology charts. Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
I'm thinking
What
Percy.
color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
This is some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
Duh?
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Yes! Yeah, no, astronomy was the right word. I think my brain mixed up the two. When someone said biology and astronomy, I got astrology
It's an old coat rack.
between the two.
Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Green hat.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, No plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Hmm.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why?
Oh.
By what?
Wait.
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Wait. 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 Could this be a clock hand? Sleek but sturdy metal rod stabbed into a photograph. Curved and pointed tip like an arrow or hand of a clock. Small loop at the back with a short length of red rope. Metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Flora's father, I think. A Remington. The statue of the guy standing outside of the door. We haven't seen a picture of the Remingtons. Yeah. I believe that this is a picture of Lord Remington. Framed, slightly damp. Photograph shows a young girl, large man sitting next to her, several white and red birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. Oh my goodness.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
Yes, I do, actually.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
There's another room. The study. Study. Just below the rooftop garden. And we are here. Apparently, about 30 feet underground, maybe more. Yeah, this was storage. This is Freya's room. And so that those other things were built on top. They built up. Misted Mansion. It was called the Misted Mansion. Okay.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
No.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context. Storage.
It's Freya's room. The library.
It's the aviary. Music room.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
So this is Misted Mansion before it became Tangle Tower. So what they've added, they added Poppy's room, they added Fitz's room, they added Flora's room, they added a ship up here to become Felix's room, they added the observatory up here to become, what's his name's room, Professor Pointer, and then the attic as well, yes. Yeah, the Grand Hall.
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Yeah.
Study. Wait.
I know what you know.
How did we miss it?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made. It's the room above us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
What if, oh my goodness, what if these are plans to build this mansion? Wait a minute. This was originally probably the home of the Remingtons, and why it is Flora's inheritance and Flora's tower instead of, like, the Fellows or the whoever's. So the Remingtons lived here. This was the aviary that Lord, Remington used and was his favorite. Lady Remington was probably the music person because Poppy said that her mother was the one that taught her music, and her mother was a Remington. So this was originally the Remington's house. And then Flora Remington marries the Fellows. And then there was the other side of the Remington that married the Pointers, and so people were moving into this house, so of course they had to add on. Right. And then something happened where Flora basically kicked out her siblings. There was some horrible disagreement that they had. And so they were forced to leave, or they left at some point, and they renamed it to Tangle Tower so they wouldn't feel welcome to return anymore. That was a conversation we had much earlier in the game. So what exactly happened, I don't know. But I think Percival knows. I believe Flora certainly knows. I believe Percival knows. And Felix might also know, but they're simply not talking about it. What is the tube for? It was probably to contain a specimen that those statues might have been made out of.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Roll of parchment, which the plans for grand mansions have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. Okay, that I didn't gather. Has been built on top of a large structure above the lake supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labeled study is in the center. Look at all these question marks. Just like there's 3 things now.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Oh, but there's more. They're also damp and empty. Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point.
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Gives off kind of a dungeon vibe.
What do
Dagon
people
from
actually
Cthulhu,
use
right?
chains for?
Nothing good.
Well, ships use them.
This room looks old. Like, old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern.
So, was this originally where somebody was living? Like Lord Remington
It's an empty
before
book.
Something tells me it's
he
been
got
empty
married?
for a long time.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
The Soul Bearer, there it is. The Ink Dip, the Amphobe, which is the creature. An observatory for whatever they kept in the lake, yeah. The Silver Snake. There's a statue of that on the dial thing. Frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. Crab with 3 differently sized claws. An aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Oh yeah, the picture of this was on that guy's box, remember? I have 2, I need 2 more. Yeah. Could this be? Oh, this is a soul bearer. I have 2, I need 2 more. Could Freya have been posing as wanting to paint Flora when she was actually looking for the 3rd and 4th songs? And she needed access to the gramophone in order to be able to play the cassette tape? Or something? Or who was humming in that cassette tape? Somehow I don't think it was Freya. Right, so who was humming that? Maybe Flora?
Do these puddles?
Why?
That's like indoor.
I see your point.
The lake.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Maybe that's the thing that happened that drove the family apart.
This man, in the photo, he reminds me of something. From one of our clues.
Is there anything with that statue in it? The top left, you mean? The Tangle Tower? Because nothing else has it. So that's what I would think. Oh, wait a minute, there's two. Oh. Never mind. Few notes have been written. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower. It's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion. Surrounded by a circular lake. Unusual mix of colors. I don't see anything depicting him. I feel like that's too obscure as well. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Doesn't this look like it could be the sheer cliffs around Tangle Tower? Hey look, there's those letters as well. And the notes from the greenhouse. So we found something like this on the chalkboard that's in the library. These letters with numbers. No, these are down here. The pie and these symbols. Yeah. And then this is... So I'm just pointing those things out. I'm gonna send it.
That's not right.
Oh, you jerk. He's right, but he's an idiot. I know. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look. This.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is. Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father. Meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
She looks happier in the photo.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
Let's go! Why would Felix put a hole in the model? It's not a hole, it's a sash.
It's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Pull the switch.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Yeah. We're doing it. The hidden heart? Like heart of the mansion? Here's another one of these things.
In any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? Gah. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Yeah, it does look familiar, but I have no frame of reference. Yeah.
This crab really reminds me of something.
That little wooden toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us. I think I've seen it more recently.
Yeah. There's this toy, but then there's... Oh, no. Here. This is the pose we want. Right here. Mistids of the sea and sky. Closed tail, open hands. Yeah, but it's also got like this fighting posture going on.
Is that a crab?
It's got a...
Also, crabs...
Like this? It's either at 90 degrees or 45. And I think 45 is more accurate.
Perfect.
Nice. Oh my god. Cross? Oh
Something
no.
somebody didn't want us to find.
I accidentally clicked past his, line. Oh, look at that. A crossbow that was rigged to fire?
What is it?
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
If that's a bird skull, we're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Oh my. Wait a minute. Ambassadors of Misted Mansion. This reminds me of Felix. His hair. This hair reminds me of Penelope. This blonde hair with the speckles reminds me of Poppy. This gentleman, however, stands on his own. This scar reminds me of Hawkshaw. Okay, okay. This is that moment where we bring this up. There's a Lord and Lady Remington. So Primrose. I believe that blonde with the speckles on the shoulders is Primrose. Richard could be the fellow with the really pointed nose that looks like nothing or nobody we've ever met. The person with hair like Felix's could be Flint. Or just Felix himself. No, it's Lord. It's Lord Fellow. Yeah. Lord. Hold on, I'm gonna put this up here. And we're gonna, oh, you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna bring up another paint. Whoops. And then we're gonna come up here. Oops. See, this was the diagram that I was talking about before from the greenhouse. So we're just saving that there, but then we're gonna make a new snip. And now we're thinking Primrose and Penelope's mother. So this is Pandora pointer. I put PP, but that's not gonna work. Pandora. And then we've got this guy up here. Oh, by the way, I think this is Richard. This person could be you know what? Wait a minute. I'm gonna make a stretch here. This is Felix. And this is Flint. What do you think? Huh? Huh? Now... there's a part of my brain that feels like Hawkshaw is more tied in with this family than is immediately known. What if this is Hawkshaw's dad? Like, Flint had another child. Because he just left the house. Like, there are people that have left this family that could have had children outside this home that these people have no knowledge of. You know what I mean? But that's only because of the facial mark. That could be a birth scar, like a, sorry, excuse me. That could be a scar or a birthmark. Earlier it was called a scar, and Hawkshaw was like, oh, you really think that looks cool? You know, thanks, or whatever. Anyway, that's as much time as I want to spend on that. Because, oh yeah, look at this. He's got that same red cape sort of situation going on. Absolutely, we're showing it to Felix.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Hawkshaw. Hawkshaw. And the thing, oh my god, there it is, I found it! This is the thing I've been looking for! You see the lines right there, you see the lines!
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Yeah, they're on the inside.
That's where the crossbow was.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle, mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
The crossbow. It's up there.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank. Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located. Finally. Can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom, nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful, nothing was moved, but I know it's time. Could this be Hawkshaw? Could this all be Hawkshaw? Oh my god. Because Hawkshaw has been here for like a week, and that could have been a ruse. I thought Felix killed her because she found out about the family. Who's the misted friend? Could it have been the bird? Is that what happened to Flora's bird? Oh no. Took it to the music room for experiments. It works perhaps too well. Look at that. There's the glass. There's the horn. This is the person who's been cracking things with sound. Oh no. This doesn't bode well for the bird. Look at the children's book? Okay. I guess it's over here. Or what? Yeah. That's one of the misteds. That's what I'm saying. Is that the misted that they took to the music room was probably Flora's bird. But as far as when that happened, that's a question.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
That is the warmth in Primose's room, yes. Several black buttons, red-colored scraps of fabric. Red-colored scraps of fabric. Hawkshaw has a red cape.
Someone's been using this room. That's a bookcase. It's mostly empty.
What a surprise.
A wooden stool.
Watch out. Floor's wet.
Thanks.
A staircase up to a little mezzanine.
Whoever designed this room really wanted to make the most of a relatively small space.
Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it.
Oh, wait a
I'm betting
minute.
it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Hawkshaw is the daughter of Flint that was had out once Flint had left the family. That's like the fifth, that was finding the fifth ambassador, probably. Or this was the identity that Hawkshaw came up for of themselves as a private detective and stole the beetle themselves in order to drum up a case, to drum up the reason to be snooping around all over the place. Yup.
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, it's something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Yes.
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Maybe. Well, it could be Lord Fellow, then. instead of Felix and Flint.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them.
We found them already.
Oh, yeah. That goes there. This... Oh, do we have this? Uh-oh. I don't think it's the real thingy because it's red. No, I don't think so. I'll send it, but I don't think that's it.
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this part of the crossbow.
Yeah. Also, I think these headphones were taken so that whoever was doing sound experiments in the music room could do it. Can I back out of this?
That doesn't...
We need something.
I'm just, like, clicking on whatever because I don't think we actually have it. Which thing would it be, you know? It's the lens? Oh! And guess who already admitted that it's theirs? Oh my god. Hawkshaw. Yes, Hawkshaw is a mole!
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
Oh?
Time to solve this.
Okay. So if everything we know so far... Which, are we not able to go talk to people about this right now? Oh yeah, it's dark. Everyone disintegrated into nothingness. So the lake has these mysterious properties, right? These mysterious properties where you can grow plants that are gemstones. You can apparently potentially breed a golden beetle. Like, there's immense wealth coming from this lake. We don't know the drama that happened with the Remington family. Perhaps Flora felt that the Mistas were being taken advantage of or treated badly. And that's what happened with that. But Hawkshaw is an invented identity, I'm pretty sure. Right, the motive. What is the motive? So, most of the time, motive is going to be getting revenge or money. Oh, we can walk around. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure we would be able to do that. Can we go anywhere we want to go?
Let's not wander off right now.
Okay, fine. So they're sitting on a really valuable resource, but they're not really utilizing it, right? It sounds like Freya was growing up with this family, so it's not like she just randomly showed up one day. Yeah, or the fish died. Right, the fish died. We can see remnants of a hunter living here. So Freya in her diary said that she had made a promise, right? Let's go back to that really quick. I have 2 now, need 2 more. Found my way into the middle of the house. I saw them all 5, eyes blacked out. I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Right, all 5 of the thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's little hints and things where if you'd been taking really specific notes about random little details. But see, look, there's this... I'm thinking this could be a birthmark. And then you've got this photo, it's on the wrong cheek, but look at that. Look at that. You also have the family tree up here, where Selena supposedly popped out of nowhere and was either a previous marriage or potentially a mistress. So that could have been Lord Fellow in the picture. Like, what if each of the lords is there, right? Lord Fellow, Lord Remington, and Lord Pointer. And also pictured there is Pandora Pointer, Primrose Remington, and Richard Remington. Oh no, that makes 6. That doesn't work. No, Lord Remington isn't in the picture. We already know what he looks like. So, Lord Pointer, Lord Fellow, Pandora Pointer, Primrose Remington, and Richard Remington. Hold on, let me go back to my other notes. Here. So, we'll use a different color. Yellow? Sure, whatever. So, if in that picture we in fact had Lord Pointer, Lord Fellow, Pandora, Primrose, Richard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make up the 3 men and 2 women that's in this photograph, right? So then, where did the Remingtons come into this? Hawkeye... Hawkeye is the daughter of Flint and Selena. And see, they're called ambassadors. Like, that's interesting. They're not the owners, they're the ambassadors. What does that mean? We also know something went wrong and the Mistids have died out. They're like, there's no life in the lake. So something went wrong. They appear to be the same age. I don't think it's the Lords. Well, what they said before was I thought it was Felix, but I don't think it's him. So then it would bear the resemblance of Felix, aka the Lord. No, it doesn't help advance. I'm just trying to get an idea of what the heck is going on. But you say Lord Fellow and Selena had another daughter? Oh yeah, because look at this. There's a Felicia Fellow right here. You think Felicia is Freya's mother? Oh yeah, no, Felicia is Freya's mother. Yeah. Oh, Flint and Selena, my bad. Oh, that would be weird, though. That would mean she got with the dad and the son. That's a level of weird that I don't think this game would go. Am I getting something mixed up? Oh, okay, I get it. We know what this looks like. If they say that it wasn't Felix, then that's why I would think it would be Lord Pointer. Well, whatever. I guess we'll find out, right?
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
The attic.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious, maybe.
She'd fallen unconscious.
From the music,
Something
the
in
stuff that was
room
cracking
caused Freya
things.
to fall unconscious.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
It was the music being played, or there was something in the gramophone. Let's say it was the music being played, and then someone swapped the cassette. Is that... Let's say it was the music being played.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But
No.
the gramophone by itself
Never
can't
mind,
do
it was
that.
in there then, fine.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Oh my god, what? You want me to say it was the cassette?
That's not it.
Okay. Oh, like so... Well?
That's not it.
That's not a small thing. It needed to be a small thing. I don't know what they're going for here. What if it was the damaged tape and it got swapped out? Although they said it had been in the pond for a while. And it's not cracked either. I'll try the burnt things.
That's not it.
Okay. I'm not understanding the leap of logic here. What was hiding in the gramophone? Sheet music. What was hiding in the gramophone? The Boyds.
That's not it.
Was it a painted model?
That's not it.
I feel so dumb right now. The paints?
That's not it.
What was hiding in the gramophone? This makes no sense. Do I not have all of the information?
That's not it.
You think it's the damaged tape?
That's not it.
Ugh. A small something.
That's not it.
Was hiding in the gramophone. What made the metal sound? Like a drill, but worse. Could it have been this?
That's not it. That's not it.
Like the notebook.
That's not it. That's not it.
That I could use the magnifying glass to, like, select part of it.
That's not it.
I feel like I don't have it at this point. But But I must have it because there's no way for me to exit out of this. I have to go until I get the correct item.
That's not it. That's not it.
UI is full. Yeah, it does look like that, but it's like nothing else could.
That's not it.
Okay, we're gonna send every single thing until it tells me something is correct.
That's not it.
I'm gonna hate this, but this is where we're at right now.
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
You're gonna hear this voice in your sleep.
That's not it. 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 That's not it.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it
Oh
feels
my
threatened.
god, not the
Copy and
research
paste both
itself,
said
but the
they heard a
beetle.
loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
The biggest smoking gun that Hawkshaw is the murderer and is more tied into this family than they let on in the beginning is that it's her telescope for her crossbow. Okay, so I had been suspicious that this beetle was involved and was used to like crack all of this stuff. But it didn't occur to me, it's like, oh, present the research of the beetle to say that it's the beetle was in there. Oh my god. What was affected by the powerful frequency? The gramophone?
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself. They all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
Yep. They protected themselves.
They protected themselves.
How?
The headphones, bro. The ones that went missing.
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
Not sure. Maybe something in the music?
maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay. Oh my goodness, I got a double bot. Alright. Little bit of moderator action. Boop. First set of steps is Hawkeye. Yes. Yes, I think so. Why did we want to come back up here? All right, not that.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
She died sometime during the process. The missing plant? Oh, good, you're Argum. Good, you're Argum. Argum, you're good. Yeah, I know, really. The answer to what? I'm not sure what they're on about.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Oh, what triggered the beetle? Well, he doesn't say that about the gramophone. Oh, because it's a predator. Yeah?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
See, he says that. And then what do we do? Like, for realsies. He doesn't say anything about that. He's just the painting.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
I don't... What do you want me to do, game? For real? What? Yeah, it would feel threatened because birds eat bugs. But what is it?
All right, time to put it all
Let's
together.
start with this. It's an arrow.
Despite the fact...
I don't think
I already
anybody...
did all of that. What does he want me to do?
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
What do you want from me, game? What do you want from me? It's in the painting, I'm sure of it. Okay, how would you like me to point this out? Ugh.
And Stark.
I can see the stars. I can see the stars.
Doesn't say anything about this. Or the door.
And Stark. And Stark.
I know the blood, but like... The only thing he has a comment on is the answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. Yeah, but I can't interact with it. Like, I can't do anything. Oh. You know... If I was, say, the daughter of Richard, or from anything in the Remington family, and I found out that my family used to live here but got kicked out, I would probably harbor a pretty deep grudge about that. What if Richard Remington was the hunter guy? Like it was his crossbow, and he kept the sight on it for some reason. She doesn't bear a striking resemblance to this guy. Because this guy's got the scar, but that could be a red herring. Hold on. Who did I say? Pointer? Although this person... Oh, I know the scar isn't the same. But I'm just saying, between, like, who would Hawkshaw resemble? Who's... Of these five, which one would she be related to? And I'm thinking Richard is one possibility. Because we can't see his chin. Wait a minute. Look at these broad shoulders. Wait a minute. What if this is Flint and Felix? But the reason this doesn't look like Felix anymore is because it was from so long ago. He's much younger. So if this is Flint, because it does look like it would be the father of Fitz, right? With the neck and the shoulders and stuff? Right. So that's Fitz's father. So what if Richard begat, Hawkshaw? Right. So, Yeah, I'm doubling down. I doubled down. This is Flint and Felix right here. Exactly, because the mother's outside the family. Like, they were made to leave for whatever reason. And I feel like that would be the ultimate motive. But why kill Freya? Although the note said, oh, she's found her way into the study. So now I need to act. I don't see what Freya has to do with it. Like, how are you exacting revenge like this? No, it didn't seem like she cared, like it was more of a curiosity. Yeah, I got thrown off when one of the characters was like, at first I thought it was Felix, but I don't think it's him. And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe that's the hint that it's the Lords, but whatever. Because originally I thought Felix and Flint, and then the character made that comment, and I thought, oh, I second-guessed myself. But I'm taking that back again. Alright. Right, so how am I supposed to do this part? Answers in the painting, I'm sure.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Does it want me to go through the whole talking process again? Well... Wait.
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
Yeah, duh, guys. Old news.
And it's dark.
I didn't trigger it either, which is frustrating.
And it's dark.
He doesn't say anything about that.
And it's dark.
I can see the stars. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
There. Oh my god.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not
I clicked
here.
on the paintbrush,
thing
the
we didn't
palette and
find.
stuff.
We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink-dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it.
We found it somewhere else. We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
The birds.
The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
The unfinished painting?
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. And then I could be totally sure.
Yeah, because there's two plants.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions?
That's not it.
Okay. Her intentions. It's in the painting
That's not it.
itself. It's in the sketch.
That's not it.
Well, the game got me again. Everything was making so much sense until now. Show us her intentions.
That's not it.
No, it doesn't make sense, but I... Oh, those are Flora's drawings.
That's not it. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
Was going to be used to paint the ink dip feather. Well... Brown and gray. What color is that? Would you call that a brown and gray? Well, this one's already painted over here.
Brown and gray paint was going to be used to paint this almost. Maybe just change one.
Change one thing. The yellow? The red? Okay.
The blood was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window. Almost. Maybe just change one
I
thing.
don't think it's the red. Okay.
Blood on the brush was going to be used to... Nope.
Nope. I was closer before.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window.
I don't know why yellow.
Oh.
But it was going to be yellow. So what was... Is this supposed to be yellow? Yeah, it was the only color not used. Although I thought it was from, like, the background, because that was kind of a yellowish color.
That's not it.
Okay. The bird? What the heck?
There she is. Our little thief.
Who stole the feather?
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
There she is!
But she's a very good listener.
Can we help you?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Well. Was not expecting that. That's Penny. Okay. Motive unclear, but okay. Yeah, apparently Penny's been in 2 places at once. Well, oh, wait a minute. Hawkeye... No, think about it. Think about it. Of course, she was in 2 places at once. She verified her own, thing. Professor Pointer never said that he encountered Penelope in the hallway. Penelope just said, oh, I saw my father and he looked so whatever. Well, I know. Yeah, that's true. But in terms of an alibi... Yeah, that's the biggest plot hole, I agree. Because that's just really confusing. But the alibi is like... Professor Pointer never said that he saw Penelope when he was on his way to the other side. But he did say that he encountered... I keep wanting to say Hawkeye, it's Hawkshaw, but whatever. Encountered Hawkshaw and commanded, like, stay out of the way. Okay. And then a few minutes pass and she just gets changed into Penelope and then heads up the stairs pretending to be Hawkshaw outside when, Hawkshaw never went outside. Right, so Hawkshaw confirmed Penelope. But yeah, talking to them in-game when they're just both available at the same time whenever you want is like... Right, changes back before Fitz comes looking. Yep. I guess we tie our hands? Right? With the real thingy, because that's got like some thread and stuff on it. It's the only thing with any kind of rope on it.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I need to know the truth, basically.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
Okay.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
Well, now it says she's a murderer. She's lonely.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me.
Okay,
You
so
saw
that's
the
you
family
problem.
tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other 2 Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study?
The study, the one hidden in the middle of the house, it's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night, deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end, the paint would peel, wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
What? Okay.
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Yes.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Did she find family members in the incinerator? Like, they didn't actually leave, it just said that they left, but they were just killed off and put in the incinerator? Is that where we're going with this? I'm very disappointed in the reason that she killed Freya is because she has no coping skills or mechanisms. Wherever she goes, she can't find any resolution for herself. Wah, wah, wah. I have whatever she's on about. Like, come on. That was lame. She was everything I wanted to be, but couldn't be. Because reasons. There. So I killed her. Oh, God. It was so dumb. Emo serial killer, basically. But not even just emo, but wallowing in self-pity. Like, there's emo and then, right, Shiva? I thought so too. I was like, that was a much better plot. I came up with a better plot. That would have been so much better if it was a long-lost family member that was seeking revenge because Flora kicked out the other family, you know, or excommunicated them from the house. Like, that would have been like, ooh, cool, and okay, fine. Something Penny found in the study that answered her questions. Okay, you're talking about the people, the group photo.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
Yeah, right? Maybe she did end them.
There was only one
Leisurely,
person
completely
at Tangle Tower
useless.
still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
The Golden Beetle.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day.
Yes, this
Hawkshaw
is very
prides herself
silly.
on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue.
That was a letter from Pointer to
Reluctantly, but still.
Hawkshaw.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
Which is...
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Yeah, for real. Oh my god. It's over!
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yes. I know. You found your little vision board here.
That's not right.
What? Okay.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
Okay.
The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance.
What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense.
Something happened. Before Freya
of course you can walk away. Five other members of this family walked away. Like, what are you talking about?
Found your notes. Found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors.
Because nothing's even here for her to inherit other than a stupid house.
When they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
No.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's pretty awful. I know, Jedi. This has really... It started off so good and so interesting. And it has really, really unraveled into utter nonsense and tomfoolery. God. So her target was Flora? But then she makes it sound like her target was Freya? Who did she mean to kill? Am I lost? Am I the only one lost here? Okay, her target was Freya. Then she just knocked out Flora to... protect her?
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
If the bird is real?
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
It might have a special diet or other needs. Wait, we're stranded here. How are we gonna get off? Wait a minute. Oh. Right, she successfully kills everyone. They never followed up on the mystery of the sheer cliff edges around this house that looked suspiciously like an egg or an eggshell. She never clearly answered. Well, she said she was still here because she was waiting for an opportunity to take the beetle back. Because she felt it was hers. For some reason. Well, the blood was in the vial because, I'm assuming, Penelope put it there. Whose blood it is, I don't know. Or what kind of blood, no clue. It could have been from the bird itself, because the bird went missing. The experiment was tried on the bird. The bird probably did not survive that experiment. Drain the blood into the vial. Maybe. Why there were scraps of cloth in the incinerator is weird. Like she burned her own costume and then remade it. Yeah, but then was wearing it. Exactly. Like, Oh my god. So all of this stuff, wait a minute. Oh, this is slightly different. Look at that. Badgedeer? They were gonna have a Badgedeer and they changed their mind? It was supposed to be a Badgedeer. Look at this. It was going to be a Badgedeer. And they changed it to something else. I don't even remember what the original thing was because Badgedeer is so much better. That's right, the crab. A stupid crab. Oh, wait. Wait. They decided that it didn't affect mammals. It only affects amphibians and non-mammals. That's why. Oh my gosh, look at all these pictures. This is great. Look how pointy his chin is. Somewhat pretentious, projecting the persona of someone more experienced than he actually is. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Sally's cool. I like Sally a lot. Oh, this is what they looked like from the first Detective Grimoire. The early story idea was to include a little girl. Thank God you didn't. I would have not liked that. And then here she is. Well, I view this as a kind of tragedy because this is so dumb. So here's the story as I understand it, okay? We'll start off with the family tree. I feel like this is a good place as any to start. Oops. Ugh. What? No, not by that much. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. This is fine. Maybe that Hawkshaw has a disenfranchised family member. Yeah, that would have been way more interesting. So, they're saying that people left. The confirmed people in that photograph were Flint and Felix, Primrose and Pandora, and Richard. Those were the three people. Not this, not him. Nope. This guy never enters the picture, doesn't matter. This person doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This guy kind of barely matters. They're just kind of like there for context. And they also mentioned something weird where Flora had a falling out basically with her siblings and renamed the tower and all this stuff so they wouldn't feel welcome to return. So I'm guessing that's when they began taking specimens to go elsewhere. And why would people take specimens away from this place? Like, that doesn't... Yeah, Penny did it. Penny did it for dumb reasons. Basically, about the time that she was growing up, these other people... By the way, they were called ambassadors. And an ambassador is somebody who goes to foreign lands to represent where they're from, right? It also would have been really cool to get more of an understanding of, like, how the tower came to be. You had some hints, you had some context clues where that thing at the lake like where it used to be so much lower. Yeah, Penny disguised as Hawkshaw, yes. And it's almost like that thing existed before the mansion did. I mean, I think it did, because then they built the mansion on top of that. They wanted to live there and experiment. Hill Home, oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. So we were just playing a game called Tangle Tower. We actually just finished it. And I'm ranting about the I'm ranting about the plot. Yeah, we're discussing the ending. This game was a lot of fun and really interesting right up until like the last 20 minutes. It was like gonna be so cool. And I was speculating some stuff in my notebook here on how things were related and questions I had. So this is just a spoiler warning. If anyone watching wants to play Tangle Tower, by all means do that. Like, it's fun. There's cool puzzles in it and stuff. I'm personally disappointed with how and the direction they took with the story. And I'm about to do a major recap that is full of spoilers. So please, if you don't want this game to be spoiled, do not watch this. I got my pirate on in C-Blip. Oh! Including a hilarious webcam filter. That's awesome. But yeah, the final twist was silly. So, okay, everyone's had plenty of a warning. Basically, in this game, this is the family tree. This is one of the first things that you see when you come into this place. And it gives you an outline. It kind of makes it seem like the Remingtons were the first family to come into this space, notice that the water was special and different from other places in the world, and decided to build a mansion on top of this like research lab. Like, it started off as just this research lab. This is pretty cool. We're going to be the lord and lady of this land in this area and research this. You know what? We love it so much. We want to live here. We're going to build a mansion on top of our research area. We're going to fill the lake with even more water, which how did they do that? But whatever. So they have this mansion and it's super cool. And actually I've got, do they have the whole house? Yeah. So here's this whole house and this is built on top of some underground stuff. You have Pointer Tower, and this is also concept art. And then you have the Fellow Tower. That's how we come across it. They built a pump like Timberhorn? I have no clue. So this is concept art and different iterations of what they might have gone with. Oh wow, look at that. There was gonna be more. Look at all this more they were gonna have. Oh my god. Oh wait, no. This was the greenhouse. This was the big sundial. This was the garden. This is the landing where we first get here. This is the front door. And then this is going inside the house. Yeah, this is the best approximation of everything that's in the house. Here's the garden. Here's the secret study thing. Yeah, exactly. The only thing about this is that this has 2 more basement layers than there actually ended up being. I think they only included this laboratory and then this bottom part here. These other 2 things didn't make the cut. So the blueprints that you find here, it shows like, okay, they raised the level of the lake. They built on top of their research, and this was the original thing called the Misted Mansion. And it was this really cool thing. Like at this point, we were still really on board with this. We were like, wow, this is so cool. There's this water that affects the birds and the lizards and all the wildlife in this area, and it's causing them to mutate and stuff, and that's really neat. And so at this point in time, it sounded like it was just the one family, because look, there's 2 bedrooms here. So maybe like the parents and the child, right? Yeah, we started figuring out how the killer was. We were really invested. But anyway, so they build up this thing, and then they build on top of that. So by the time we're getting there, the only people from the main family are Flora and Felix and Professor Pointer. These were kind of like the main people, well, they weren't, not all of them were like the initial ambassadors, but some of them were. But a lot of people from that family tree had like up and left, or they weren't living there anymore, and like we weren't sure what was going on with that. So by the time Miss Penny, our murderer, enters the scene, or is growing up in all of this, she feels like she missed the train. She didn't get to grow up with all these misted creatures like Flora did, or like Professor Pointer saw. She didn't get to participate in any of this, so she feels cheated from her inheritance, and she doesn't have any sense of purpose and what she's supposed to do with her life. And then there's Freya, the murder victim, who is this wonderful, free-spirited person, not held by the shackles of any kind of inheritance, that can do whatever she wants because whatever. Apparently Penny was not born with free will, but Freya was. Is kind of what Penny was getting at, it sounded like, which is dumb. That is such a dumb motive for murder. Like, I can understand that there's an insane jealousy there, and jealousy could do really weird things with people's heads. But in the direction that this was starting to go, let me flesh out the picture a little more, and then it starts to feel like a really hollow, lame thing that happened compared to how they could have gone with this. Okay? How they could have gone. Right, and that's exactly right, Shiva. Penny felt that Freya was somebody who could create something from nothing, which is crap. She had paints, she had pencils, she had all of this stuff. Envy and jealousy are sort of often the reasons, so that would have made some sense. Yes, that would have made some sense, but I'm about to explain the part where it could have been a lot cooler, in my opinion, okay? This is how I would change the script a little bit. I would shift a few pieces around, and suddenly, in my opinion, you've got a much more interesting situation. It's just, in my opinion, okay? So, what Penny does, because she decides that she's gonna murder Freya just because Freya is the person that Penny feels she can't be, or whatever nonsense, she, finds out that her father was mailed this beetle, one of the ambassadors, one of the people that have since left this place and had taken all the Mistids with them. He was mailed a special beetle that he brings to his research lab, and she finds out about it, and she's like, oh my god, that should be mine, because I didn't get to grow up with Mistids like everybody else did, or whatever. He sent in the post, whatever, fine. So she steals the beetle and comes up with this alter ego, Detective Hawkshaw, and suggests to her father, as Penny, oh, your beetle didn't get lost, you didn't lose it, it was stolen, and you should hire a detective or whatever. So she gets herself hired as Detective Hawkshaw and masquerades around, searching the place from ceiling to floor. Why she couldn't just explore to her heart's content as Penny Pointer, I don't know, because they never explained at any point why there was so much animosity between the Fellows and the Pointers. At least there was a lot of animosity between Professor Pointer here and the Fellows. Like, plus they were dropping hints that Flora Fellow excommunicated her own siblings from this place. So it's leading you down this path. So it's like, okay, that could be a misdirection, and then it's like, oh my god, no, Hawkshaw was Penny the whole time, blah. But oh sure, Percival would give, yeah, so Penny wanted to understand more about the past, but no one wanted to talk about it because everybody wanted to forget. Why? They never say why, like why it was so bad or so awful. Flora is basically nonverbal. She won't talk. And I believe that she's written as like a spectrum character, someone who's on the spectrum. Her daughter also exhibits several symptoms that could potentially be someone on the spectrum. So they're different people, right? They She also mentions not being able to read nonverbal things. Like, it's really interesting how these characters are written. So Fifi doesn't know anything. Flora won't talk unless she absolutely has to. Felix is in his own little world, and Professor Pointer is also in his own little world. So she feels frustrated and trapped somehow, where she wants to know all of these things. So she makes up this alter ego to find out all of this info. Fifi probably hired me to come and solve the murder, but that was something else that was never confirmed, right? Like, it just feels like there's so many ends that weren't tied off to make sense, because we don't know who sent us the information about the murder. Now, that's kind of the sum of it. Penny makes this alter ego Detective Hawkshaw to be able to search the entire mansion to find out all of the history that she wanted to know, and finds, or although before she even made this alter ego, she found the pictures of the ambassadors, a bunch of members of the family that had left the house, and she wasn't able to be helped by them because they were also fractured people, and couldn't give her what she wanted. What was gonna solve her problem? Seriously, what was gonna solve her problem? No clue. I don't think even she knew. So what did she do? They insinuated that she killed them. Oh my god. Which means she also killed her own mother. So, great, wonderful. That's what she does. And so it's been this whole thing to murder Freya and get away with it. Oh god, very bizarre. So here's my alternate. Maybe those five killed themselves in the incinerator? No. No. I believe that something that could have been more interesting, I think it would have been more interesting. Maybe Penny still is involved, because I can certainly understand her motivation in terms of wanting to know about her past. No one's willing to cooperate. What if Detective Hawkshaw was actually the child of someone who had been excommunicated from the house by Richard Remington, for example, because Richard Remington left and he hadn't had any kids yet. But who's to say that any of these people, with the underline in yellow, so this guy, or Primrose, who is Poppy's mother, Pandora, who was Penelope's mother, like, what if they had gone on to have families? Flint as well. That could have been another option. So Felix still lived there. Flora still lived there, although she wasn't in that picture. But I think the more interesting story is that Detective Hawkshaw was still an alter ego, like it wasn't a real name, but the child of Richard Remington come back because they were excommunicated by Flora and they resented her for it and they wanted to get revenge. And perhaps Freya was somebody that got unfortunately tangled up in all of this, while the intended victim was Flora, not Freya. But through some twist of events, it doesn't go the way that they planned out. Yeah, see, that's the other thing. She made it sound like, oh, I need to kill Freya because she found the secret study. She found the secret study, and therefore I need to kill her because she knows too much. But then when you're talking to her, she makes it sound like, no, I planned to kill Freya because she was the kind of person I wanted to be. That's contradiction. That doesn't make any sense. Like, what? So, that, in my opinion, would have been a more interesting story, where someone who was excommunicated from the house had children outside of the home. It's why they're not depicted here on the family tree, because they're gone now. And perhaps, what if some of these things that were stitched in were pulled out, removed from the canvas, and then part of the mystery is finding those missing patches that had been torn from this thing, and that could have been one of the puzzles, was piecing in how people were related to each other. That would have been pretty cool. And then you find out about secret relatives. Oh, I've been so sneezy. All day, excuse me. I should write a mystery game. I don't know. I feel that I sound really good at this, but I think I'm just a better critic, and I wouldn't give myself that much for being a critic, you know? It's easy once you've been presented something to see how it could be done better. I feel like that's a much easier task than to start from wherever and okay, I was like, oh no, please. So yeah, that's personally what I think would have been a much more interesting plot line. But no, it ended up being this way. I mean, another possibility is, what if Penelope and this excommunicated person, what if they took turns being Detective Hawkshaw, so they could both be in two places at the same time and give the illusion, right? That would also be really interesting. So there were a few other ways that I feel like they could have taken this than what we ended up with. So overall, fun game. I recommend playing it. I'm just personally disappointed in the ending based off of all the different things that we learned over time and kind of what you were like hoping it to be. Yeah, exactly. And the love triangle, like, but that could have just been one of those red herring things. Because you do want to write things in where something seems sus and like, oh, this could be related to the murder plot, but then it's not. And I think that's really true to real life. Selena was another red herring that sounded like, oh, what's going on with that? Anyway, as much as I love having all my mysterious boards of information with red text written on them. Oh yeah, this never mattered. Remember this? That never mattered. Or the other thing drawn on the chalkboard? Never mattered. I think it was just to give the atmosphere of a lot of study. Like, oh wow, this is really complicated stuff going on here. This is more than just an interest. This is like, this is some serious in-depth research and whatever. Anyway, I want to know actually about the achievements. Oh, what did I miss? Find 3 sets of similar research notes. What? I didn't get that. Huh? Oh no, you're gonna start me here? Oh. Oh man. I would have to play the game over again to get that achievement. Dang. Right up until this exact point, the game was really good. Yeah, the point of no return. Autosave was turned on, so it was just saving over the previous thing. Yeah, at some point, like, I have a list on my Steam thing where I'll put games on that are like replay for achievements. And that's where this is gonna go, because at some point I do want to 100% this, but it's not gonna be right now. Ugh. I was clicking on everything too. I'm surprised I missed that. Oh my goodness, Franklin. Franklin's telling me to go to bed. He's like, Mom, calm down. It's just a game. Go to bed. That's true. Everything except the telescope. You're right. I tried to click on it though. It just didn't let me. Oh my goodness. So that's that. How do I close this game? Okay, yeah, quit. There we go. Me wow. Oh, that's Tangle Tower. It has been thoroughly dissected, sliced up every which way.